Good morning and welcome back to the Marrakech Exhibition Centre. It's day 2 of competition at the Marrakech Grand-Prix, and it's a very warm welcome to Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Good morning, Loretta.
I just love it when you say it's a warm welcome, and yes, it's a warm welcome outside this arena, but in here it's actually really cold. But thank you very much, and I'm having a wonderful time anyway.
Yeah, it is, again, a chilly start in here.
Yes.
They kind of shook us yesterday, so it took us a while to get into it. The fighters, however, they were into it fairly quickly. We ended up having quite a good day,
Yes.
and for me, yesterday, player of the day, Amandine Bouchard-Nordmann.
She was fantastic, and what a lovely, lovely lady. We got a wonderful opportunity to speak to her afterwards, and what a journey she had to get to that gold medal position through sickness and all sorts, and she really did come back strong, and she's looking so good.
Let's see who we've got to focus on today. We've got 4 weight categories, 2 men, 2 women, the under 73 and under 81 kilo categories for men, and the under 63 and under 70 kilo categories for women. We'll take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 73 kilo category, and the number 1 seed is Lasha Shavdatu-Ashvili of Georgia. The number 2 seed is Jansei Smagolov of Kazakhstan. The number 3 seed is Bilal Chiloglu of Turkey, and the number 4 seed is Viktor Svortov of the United Arab Emirates. So one of those 4, or someone from outside that group?
Well, Shavdatu-Ashvili is obviously the number 1 seed, and what a strong athlete we've got there in the top positioning. And I can't really see anybody knocking him off the podium on the number 1 spot, to be honest. But there's going to be 1 or 2 that will challenge him, and there's some athletes out there like Bouchard of Canada, who's a very strong athlete. He's world ranked 31, and he also was a 5th place in the Olympic Games and is a continental champion back in 2018, and has been around the medals, and he's a real battler, but he's got some lovely judo as well, which is always a danger. And Yartsev of Denis of Russia, Olympic Games 7th place, a strong athlete. In Cancun he got a silver medal, and he's world ranked 26, so he's just outside on that top seed. But for me, they've got such track records of being consistent athletes that could really upset 1 or 2 in that positioning. So 1 to watch.
Okay, just before we went on air, I agreed with Loretta that we would do the women first. So I've absolutely no idea why I started with the men in the under 73 kilo category. And very sweetly, she never said anything to me. She just went straight in there and said, "Okay, you want to do that?" So sorry about that. I hope I didn't throw you
we're going to go
with that.
back to
We're going to go
women
back to the women, yeah,
great.
as planned, as I promised I would do. Let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 63 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Andrea Leški of Slovenia. The number 2 seed is Katarina Heka of Australia. The number 3 seed is Magdalena Kasakova of Austria. And the number 4 seed is Amy Livesey of Great Britain. 30 judoka in that group.
Yeah. Well, it is a large group, and we've got some very impressive, a really impressive lineup. Leški, I'm delighted to see there as the number 1 seed coming into this competition, and she hasn't got Tina Tershiniak that she's normally shadowed by on the performance side. She has been a consistent athlete throughout last year and this year, and for me, I would like to see her on that top positioning on the podium. She's going to have a tough ride to go through there, but because we've got to watch out for a couple of youngsters that are coming through. I think there could be a real domination here within the Israeli team, where you've got 2 Sheri of Gili Cherry of the Israel, very, very young athlete. In the European Championships was 7th place. She's world ranked number 35, and Shemish, her teammate, world ranked 29, and won a silver medal in the Grand Prix in Tel Aviv, and also in Agadir last year, a bronze medal. Yep. But there's also Pierre Vassana of Great Britain, who fought extremely well in Dusseldorf, was a 5th position there, and junior world bronze medalist. So there's some youngsters that could really upset the top seeding.
Yeah, you already mentioned the 2 British fighters in there. I think they're going to be quite a handful.
There's going to be a battle.
Maybe
there.
I'll just add in the French fighter down in Pool D, Maëlle Di Cintio. Although if she gets past the Spanish fighter, then she may end up with Magdalena Kosakova. It's a tough one.
That's going to be a tough one, but she's capable of being on the podium in Ekaterinburg. She got a bronze medal last year. She's a strong athlete.
Right, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 70 kilo category. The number 1 seed is home favourite Asma Niang of Morocco. The number 2 seed is Margot Pinot of France. Number 3 seed is Kim Polling of the Netherlands. And the number 4 seed is Iva Coughlin of Australia.
Once again, Niang of Morocco, I'm sure the crowd here are all setting their hopes on her taking the gold medal here today. She's a very strong athlete, she's a consistent athlete, and Pinot will challenge her if they get to that point. And like I say, get to that point, because we have got some outsiders there that could really upset the sort of running order of this competition. And that's Vagos Koch of Germany, very, very strong athlete, world silver medalist in the past, Olympic bronze medalist, and 2 times European medalist as well. So, and you've also got down on the lower scale of a youngster coming through that's showing great potential and beautiful judo is Gabriella Willems of Belgium, and she's junior world bronze medalist, and we've seen her a few times latter end of last year and this year, and she's done extremely well. In the Hague she got a bronze medal, and that for me was showing that what strength that this young lady has, but beautiful technique. So it'll be interesting. But we've also got Meyerson of Israel, and they've got a strong team, and they're doing extremely well. And also you've got Megan Fletcher, who took her first Grand Prix medal in Tel Aviv, and is building up in confidence. But again, she's a very dangerous athlete that could really upset 1 or 2 along the way.
That'd be a good match, won't it? Megan Fletcher and Yarden Meyerson.
Yes.
That's in the under 70 kilo category. We're going to start by taking a look at the contest in the under 81 kilo category. Let's have a look at the top 4 seeds there then. Vedat Albayrak of Turkey, he's the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Sami Chuchi of Belgium. The number 3 seed is Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. And the number 4 seed is Didar Hamza of Kazakhstan.
Although we've got the top seeds that are quite impressive and have got a good track record, I'm looking at amongst for me, you've got Gavari, a very, very strong athlete from Hungary, nice judo. Valois Fortier of Canada, again another strong athlete, 32 in the world ranking, Pan American champion, and back in 2014 was a silver medalist in the world championship. So you can't write him off. And you've also got Tatislashvili of Georgia in Paris last year, was bronze medalist. The Masters in 2015 was silver medalist, and last year in Tbilisi was a bronze medal in the Grand Prix there. So again, and we've got quite a few that we could look at and say they're real contenders in this weight category.
Okay, you mentioned Nugzari Tatalashvili of Georgia, and we're going to start by watching Tatalashvili's opening contest. That's going to be on mat number 1. He'll be up against Zaid Yassif of Morocco. It'll be Tatalashvili in the white judogi, Yassif in blue. Let's go down to mat number 1. Of course, if you want to watch any of the mats, by all means choose whichever mat you want. If you click on mat 2, you'll get 2. Click on 3, you'll get through. And if you click on the little one that looks like a microphone, that icon will take you to the commentated channel where you get Loretta and myself. Right, here we go. Opening contest on day 2, Tatalashvili and Yassif.
Well, this is definitely going to be a very strong weight category, and this first match out is going to be a very tough one indeed.
Yeah, Tatalashvili he made his mark in the under 73 kilo category, and then it began to fill up. You know, there were a few Georgians who, I suppose, it would have been better if he avoided. Lasha Shavdatoashvili was one of them. So he's moved up to the under 81 kilo category, and there have been a couple who've moved out of that. Avtandil Cherikishvili moved up to 90 kilos. Valim Lipatiliani moved from 90 kilos to 100 kilos. So there was this sort of domino effect with the as soon as Shavdatoashvili moved from 66 to 73, the domino effect came into play. Single Shido picked up by Yassif. Really just searching for a grip here. And go over on that left side. He's just drawing Yassif closer and closer in. Well, neither fighter can just walk around without any action at all. Both fighters pick up penalties. It won't hurt Tatalashvili because Yassif had already collected a Shido, so now the Moroccan is on 2 penalties. Tatalashvili just the one. Not the most attractive of starts, I'm afraid, but that's the way it goes sometimes. The third penalty picked up by Zaid Yassif, this time for grabbing the leg. Whilst Tatalashvili was in a standing position, Yassif was on the ground, but Tatalashvili was still on his feet, so he was in Tachiwaza. And he picked up a third penalty, did Yassif. Right, who have we got coming up next? Leandro Guilherme of Brazil faces Alfonso Urquiza Solana of Spain. Guilherme in the white judogi, Urquiza in blue. Here come the 2 fighters now. Nice little move there from the Spaniard as he threatened Guilherme on the right side. Guilherme wasn't really able to react quick enough to stop it before it began to look that little bit challenging, and it did. It almost brought him down onto his side, actually. That time, Urquiza was a bit further away. Maybe it's just a matter of time before Guilherme gets his defences working properly. It was a bit slow to react to the first attack. Urquiza almost got him in some trouble there. Guilherme yet to put in an attack. Been given plenty of time. Here comes the Spaniard again. I can't see any other action but the penalty, yeah. And he'd been given long enough, so he can't complain about that one.
Next contest on tatami 2, men's under 73 kg, first round. Please welcome the white judogi from France, Judo in blue from Burkina Faso, Judo.
Still no attacks from Guilherme. He just had that little attempt there on the ground. Oh, okay. You get what you ask for then. And Lero really getting underneath the defense of Urquiza then. Well, Galero's got a minute and a half now to settle in. I say that because, you know, he's got such an incredible judo, but he's been around for a while and off the boil a bit, and quite clearly not the same Galero. It would be surprising if after all of these years, now things become a little bit more difficult. They've had a look at that, and probably the landing wasn't on the scoring part of the body. He got in, there was plenty of flight, and down went Urquiza. And what's happened since that attack is that Urquiza has become a little bit tentative. He's almost shut up shop. He's realised, hang on a minute, this guy can throw here. He had me up. He's been on that side for a little bit too long, and Urquiza just pushed that right arm over. I'm sure the referee, Ioana Babiuk, didn't see that. Not sure what penalty you would give when you realise that your opponent is trying to push the hand over. Bit sneaky, that was. And the second penalty picked up by Hilero, just off the pace. Whole contest. It's almost like a Randori session for him. He's not looking at the clock and thinking, where are we going here? Well, we're into golden score here. A single score would win it. So if Galero wants to continue in this competition, he has to find a way of getting on the board here, because he's got 2 penalties. His opponent has yet to pick one up, so the likelihood is that Galero is going to pick up a third. Got to find a way of getting a positive score. Ojigari almost countered. That's okay, at least he put in an attack. Got to work hard here, Galero. He's got lovely throwing skills when they come off, but 3 attacks in the whole contest really hasn't been enough. Reflected in the scoreboard where he's got 2 penalties. He's just not generating the kind of danger that Urquiza needs to make a change in his judo, maybe open up and give Galero an opportunity. Urquiza had stepped off the mat there. Both fighters looking pretty tired here. Galero could do with tidying his gi up. And he, old school I suppose, doesn't realise that it's down to him to tidy it up. He's got nothing to do with Urquiza going onto his back there, so he can't claim. Yeah, sorry. To be honest, he could have lost it right there. Instead of looking to tidy his gi up, he was actually he was taking his gi out. Yeah. That's down to him.
Next contestant of category 181 kilograms. First round. In white judo, please welcome from Uruguay, Abrahamian. In blue, from Portugal, Miguel Alves.
Prochain combat sur le tatami numéro 2 pour la catégorie des moins de 63 kg d'âme. Avec son judogi blanc, merci d'accueillir Jessica Viali du Gabon. Avec son judogi bleu du Maroc, Laleva Goup.
Well, here we have it, this first round, and just taking the win from Uruguay, we have Abraham against Alves of Portugal. So that was a great win, and it takes him swiftly through to the second round of the 81 kilograms.
Next contest, all red 1. Stands under 81 kilograms. First round. Please welcome in white from Congo.
So Kalongo here representing the Democratic Republic of Congo, and he'll be up against Hadim of Qatar. So this is the next round coming up very shortly. Very strong looking athlete from Congo. You can see that long reach, but there you have William pouncing towards his opponents here, trying to overcome the towering figure in front of him, but walks in there onto the Makakomi, scoring a Wazari for Qatar. So that's a great start with 3 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. Sianagi from Kalonga makes a desperate attempt to try and get back into the play of this contest. Nice transition into the Niwaza. Harim throwing the arm over the top there, as you can see that left hand reaching high over the back of Kalonga. Quickly dismissed by his opponent, but takes it for the Sodi, working off that sleeve grip. Very tall presence of this young man from Congo, opting for a real right angle stance. The head goes down, body positioning very, very low indeed. A little bit of a weakness really with someone who's so tall. Should be really capitalizing on the height advantage that he has right now. Karim comes round the back there with that left hand, tries to draw the head down, but finds himself in a really tricky situation there at the edge of the contest area. With the Osotogari, those long legs of Kolonga comes in, causing a few upsets there. Really unsettled his opponent. Sutemi Waza, beautifully executed, nicely controlled for Awazari Setiapon. So Hariam goes through Okuta into the next round of this 81 kilo category.
Prochain combat sur le tatami numéro 1 dans la catégorie des moins de 80 kg messieurs, avec le judogi blanc représentant le Maroc, Ashraf.
So now we have representing Morocco, Mouti, in the white, and he's up against the Uzbekistan, Boltaboyev, in blue. Mouti from Morocco will be hoping to have a good performance. Well, the Moroccan African silver medalist, African Championships, took a silver medal last year, improving all the time. Up against a tough opponent there from Uzbekistan, Boltaboyev. Tashkent back in 2017 was bronze medal in the Grand Prix there. An athlete not to underestimate at all, and as we saw the performances of the Uzbekistan team yesterday, they are real contenders for medals here this weekend. Very, very strong nation of judo, and had some brilliant performances yesterday. Well, it's a battle of the kumikata at the moment, both trying desperately to get the strongest and most controlling grip so they can execute their technique. Both looking very reluctant to engage in an attack, but here we have Boltaboyev, beautiful Moroti Sianagi, just lost a little bit of control at the latter stage, but he came in very deep indeed. Mouti will be a little bit apprehensive now. He'll start finding the pressure building up on him. Well, he picks up his first Shido now with a minute and 53 seconds remaining. Gone just past the halfway mark. It was a real battle of trying to control in the first half of this contest. Now Boltaboyev seems to have taken it up another level. He came in with that brilliant Marote Sianagi. Lovely entry. Muti there with the right hand just under the armpit there. Bent over very, very deep there, just really not using those levers, those arms and legs to his advantage. Very, very long-limbed athlete, but very defensive at this particular moment. Just defending Boltaboyev, especially off that Sianagi movement. Obviously feels very threatened by the shorter opponent getting under his center of balance, but Boltaboyev picks up a Shido now. So it's one apiece, and we're into the last minute. 44 seconds remaining. Boltaboyev just slightly edging in front of this contest with some good, strong attacks. But there puts himself under extreme pressure, and both of them do, as the referee gives both a Shido apiece. So that's 2 each. One more would result in a Hansokimaki. So neither one of them can afford to make any mistakes now in the last seconds of this contest, which then it will go on to the golden score. Well, it definitely has been a battle. Muti has performed well under a lot of pressure right from the beginning against a tough opponent. So we're into the golden score now. The danger for Muti is that he doesn't allow his opponent to come under for the Sianagis that we've seen him threaten with quite a few times. He uses his feet though here, Boltaboyev. He's looking to create an opening, a little bit of space so he can get under, and a distraction to Muti to open up for the Sianagi. Well, you always get a little bit nervous when they're asking to tidy up the gi. 2 Shidos apiece. Muti was backing off quite considerably, went off to the edge of the contest area. Possibly the referee feels that that was enough to call the third and final Shido. And there you have it. He pulled out the gi to avoid being gripped up on. Boltaboyev goes off the mat though, although he won and goes into the second round, is nursing a bit of an elbow injury, so hopefully that won't affect him as he furthers into the second round of this competition. Now we have coming up Stuart McWatt of Great Britain, and we've had Kedani of Morocco in the blue. So Hamza Kabdani of Morocco in the blue, Stuart McWatt of Great Britain in white. Koso Tagari, beautifully done, draws his opponent down into the Niwaza. A bit of a powerhouse, this young man from Great Britain. Fresh out of the juniors, and starting to make a real impression here on the senior world circuit. Nice rotation underneath, follows through again, leads with a Wazari. And this is a great start from the young man of Great Britain. Mugwort Junior World Championships was a 5th place back in 2017. Last year in the Glasgow European Open, a silver medal. He's been plagued with a few injuries, but looks to be coming back very strong, and confidence seems to be oozing out here against this opponent.
Prochain combat sur le tatami numéro 2 pour la catégorie des moins de 63 kg, représentant la Grande-Bretagne avec son judogi blanc Emi Laissei et avec son judogi bleu représentant le Maroc Sheila Taïbi.
Kabdani was touching the leg there, and blocking that leg, picks up his first Shido. Both showing very strong gripping styles, but for the Moroccan coming in with that attempt of a Sianagi was very poor execution, and he will get a Shido again for that. So that's the second one, and we're just coming up to the halfway mark. Well, it's not looking very good for the Moroccan here, as he's accumulated 2 Shidos. Mugwort, very strong in the gripping styles, has shown nice Sianagi moves, the Kosota as well at the earlier stage of this contest, and he has good Niwaza transition as well, so he can be very, very dangerous as he transitions into the ground. Well, referee asking both to tidy up their gi, and Moroccan looking a little bit deflated out there at this particular moment. His frustration on the face, not really knowing what he can do next to get past the strengths of this young man from Great Britain. As you can see, draws in on the sleeves there. Got the lapel as well, drawing his opponent's head down. A bit of a negative approach for both, but I think this will be the third and final Shido that will be handed out to the Moroccan. And there you have it, holding both sides, the same side of the gi, which is an infringement of the gripping skills. Oh, now we're going to go across to tatami 2. Tiketa of France in the white, Martin of South Africa in the blue. And swiftly done within the opening seconds of this competition. Takes the Ippon and goes through to the second round in the under 63 kilos. Well, we'll just stay with this, Matt, for a moment. And it's the first round once more. Pievasana of Great Britain in the white. Dobre of Romania in the blue. Now, Pievasana was one of the ones we highlighted at the beginning of the day. A young athlete that is coming through quite nicely and making her presence known in the senior world circuit. Got a 5th in Dusseldorf, and defeated one or two very strong opponents in that competition a couple of weeks ago. So she will be building on that confidence and experience here as she competes in Marrakech. She has got rivalry from Great Britain, and that's Amy Livesey. Again, another strong opponent who was seeded number 3 in this competition. Definitely a strong weight category for the British team. They have some athletes. We've got Lucy Renshaw also, who competes in the under 63s along with these. All train out to the National Centre in Warsaw. And Alice Slijinger as well as 63 kilos. So here, both off the belt, good lift, swings in, just didn't get the real finish on the first attack, but then tried to switch it to the hips for the Ogoshi. Dubré looking a little bit apprehensive as she engaged. Takes her grip, looks for that high collar, but Pievasana takes the sleeves, controlling quite nicely. Looks to an attempt an attack there, but opted to stay where she was at that particular time, just staying controlled. Well, it is a battle of the gripping styles at this moment, and Pievasana took a bit of a knock, I think, to the eye there. Very physical in the gripping. And when it's so physical that way, then accidents do happen. Dubré tries to come over. Pievasana was waiting with the Sianagi, scoring upon, and that's a nice finish for Pievasana, who goes through to the next round at the 63 kilos. So now we have Lesniewski from Germany in white and Martin of the USA in the blue. So this will be a very interesting match. I think quite an even fought match as well. Both athletes very, very strong in their own ways.
Yeah, it is tricky when you know both the fighters reasonably well, and they are, you know, away from you. You know, you've got no real investment whether they're from the United States of America or Germany, but you know them well, and you feel if you could only win this contest, Nadia, you would be that further ahead. You know, if you could only win this contest, Hannah, you'd be that further ahead. So it's best to just step back, say, you know, well, just get on with it.
Just get on with it.
Good luck. But it is tricky. I mean, you know, we know
very, very tough.
We know both the girls. We know Dad, and we know the whole situation and everything. So, single Shido picked up by Hannah Martin.
Well, sadly for Hannah Martin, the gripping style of the German was a little bit just too much for her. She picks up a third and final Shido, a hand Sokimaki being awarded to her, and Lesnitsky goes through to the next round. Merkelberg of Germany in white. And representing Uzbekistan, Ibragimova. Well, great transition for the German as she goes straight down there. The Sangaku Gatami there was almost in, but she continues to persevere on that arm. Changing direction, what a transition. A wide range of technical ability in the Niwaza. Looking so threatening out there, and Uzbekistan really doesn't know which way to turn without getting into trouble. But she's got that arm and she pulls it through. The power of the young lady turns her onto her back. Well, what a display of Niwaza from both these athletes. Merkelberg does extremely well to get out. Well, that was definitely an exciting 30 seconds here in that contest. Well, I can imagine both will be terrified to go back down into the Niwaza. Definitely the forte for both these athletes. Very strong gripping style there for the German. Once more, the Sangaku turnover. Gets those legs tied up very nicely and goes for the Gatami. And there you have it, secure in the Osokomi. As the clock ticks away, this was a very comfortable win here for Sarah Merkelberg. Well, did she keep in? Well, not sure. Well, they've kept it going, the Osokomi. It was almost out in the last seconds for it becoming Ippon. But what a display of judo. Very interesting to see how this young lady goes on into the next round. But already, what an impressive start she's made. Now, what we said earlier on, we spoke about these two young ladies, Megan Fletcher of Ireland in white and Yarden Meyerson from Israel in the blue. Well, we highlighted both these athletes have been two very strong competitors with both having the ability to get onto the podium. But only one of them will further through into the second round, and wonder who that will be. Well, Meyerson, a very strong athlete, has moved down from 78 kilos to the under 70s. And that transition down, she's moved in very comfortably indeed. In the under 70 world ranked 59, and in the under 78s world ranked 29. So she's higher up on the world ranking in the under 78s. Agadir last year was bronze medalist and also 5th place in Tashkent. Megan picked up her first Grand Prix medal in Tel Aviv at the beginning of the year, to an absolute delight of many. A great athlete that works so extremely hard and really has the ability to upset a lot of top seeds. Has great Niwaza. Has got herself a bit caught up there though, but she's got the confidence to and the awareness in the Niwaza to know how to avoid being caught for the Osakomi, but she still, as you can see, perseveres there. A little bit scrappy at the moment, needs to tidy it up, but Meyerson causing her one or two few problems here. Has that arm trapped. She tries to get the rotation over, but in the meantime Fletcher tries to come round her opponent for the Osakomi. It's getting past those legs, and that's the tricky part of that. Well, once again, some nice Niwaza in this weight category. Very competent athletes in the ground. And I wonder if this will be a trend that goes through to the final block with any of the athletes that come through. Fletcher trying to get that right hand high on the collar. Meyerson controls the sleeve quite nicely in a very tactical move here, as she's been backed off onto the edge of the contest area. Side skipping, Fletcher trying to keep that pressure on. Seems to be plagued there, Fletcher, with that sleeve grip, which she cannot seem to break off at this particular moment. Hops in with Uchimata, her favourite technique, as she follows through once more into the Niwaza, drawing her opponent back in a position that she really is comfortable in. She gets the wrap over, follows it through, but sadly out of the contest area. Mate called. Well, just coming up into the last minute of this contest. Both athletes having to battle really hard through here. Very strong gripping styles. Both showing very wide range of repertoire, especially with the Niwaza, very strong in their transition, both athletes. Fletcher would say slightly in front with the attacks. The Uchimata looking effective, but problem is that she's got that sleeve getting caught up every time. Meyerson tactically working well in the contest, but hasn't really made a mark on a strong attack that would threaten Fletcher at this particular moment. Tries to come across with the Sodi attempt, but she obviously didn't have the grip. Koichigari there from Fletcher. Once again, she draws her opponent down into the ground and pounces on her, looking for an opportunity down there on the ground. She comes through, tries to go over the top there, drawing on that shoulder, but into the golden score. Well, sadly, a bit of a time run out there for her, and it was just looking so good for Fletcher. Shootout now for Meyerson of Israel. That's the second one she's picked up now. Not good going into the golden score. Fletcher battles her way through in this golden score, gets the hips through once more. Well, the one thing that Fletcher can do, she can battle. She's a very fit young lady. A lot of energy and plenty still in the tank to be able to give everything she's got in this golden score. Meyerson once more, same side grip. Cannot hold on for too long. She's got the high collar, which is a little bit of a dangerous move there for Fletcher as she's backed onto the edge of the contest area, but turns it round to suit. And there you have it. The coach, she overstretched herself there. Not the best timing for the Kouchigari, and Meyerson just was waiting there. Well, I'm not sure whether they've given it to Meyerson. Well, Fletcher came in with the Kouchigari. Meyerson did try to rescue it, but they've given it to Fletcher. Did make me a little bit nervous there because she did lose her balance and a bit of control on that Kouchigari. She really committed herself, but it paid off, and she takes her first win in this Grand Prix. Luke Preston there, supporting her all the way.
Yeah, sorry about that extended departure from the commentary position. A couple of things happened. One of them was an injury that I just wanted to take a look at, and everything is okay with the Moroccan girl who picked up that. It was a shoulder injury, and she had a little bit of a hiccup on the way out, you know. She wasn't that well. I saw that you'd seen the contest between Megan Fletcher.
Yes, that was a good fight.
And
she fought very well.
Was it Yarden Meyerson?
Meyerson, yes. And
Toughy,
Fletcher,
wasn't it?
yeah,
Toughy.
Fletcher went through. Really a gutsy move in the golden score. She was obviously, her opponent Meyerson was trailing with 2 Shidos, so she was really under pressure, Meyerson, to do something. But it was Megan that kept the pressure on and came in with the Kouchigari, overstretched herself, and as she was going down, tried to rescue it with a counter. Now, for a split second, I got very nervous because I thought the score would have gone the opposite way. But Megan dug in deep and got the result.
Tell you what I can do for you. I did have a word with Leandro Galero earlier
nice.
this morning. We chatted because he lost that opening contest. And if you'd like, Loretta, I can have a chat with him and get him to come and sit down here for a while.
Yeah,
not an entirely, unattractive prospect, is it? If you like. Jessica Santos of Brazil. Speaking of Brazilians, she's on the mat against Hilde Jager of the Netherlands. It's the Dutch fighter who leads by Wazari with a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. How's that sound?
Sounds quite good to me.
Bring Leandro Galero down there. Okay, I shall do that. He's not having the best of days, I'm afraid.
Well, as long as he don't sit here sulking, I don't mind.
No, he was fine.
I'm joking.
He comes from that old school, doesn't he? He's slightly, he's been around for a bit and hadn't quite caught up with that rule about taking care of your own judogi.
Yes, he got pulled out.
He kind of, did the kind of thing that you do in the club. Just throw your jacket back and get on it.
No. And you know, there's
judo.
1 or 2 athletes that really, it is a habit that they do.
Yeah.
Exposing the chest, but it looks so negative, so.
Yeah, that didn't go over well when he picked up the 3rd Shido. A little bit over-ambitious from Jessica Santos, thinking that she could throw Hilde Jager from there. Usama Hajam in the under 81 kilo category from Qatar has just withdrawn. He's picked up an injury in the warm-up area.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
Dangerous place, isn't it? Who was it that picked up was it Chirikishvili recently? Didn't make it to the mat. He picked up an injury in the previous competition. Right, I'm having a look at the list of upcoming contests. A great deal to write home about, but maybe those of you at home on this weekend who, you've got your own wishes you want to see, and as I mentioned before, if you just message us, then we're happy to pick up your messages and find out who it is that you want to have a look at, and we'll be happy to follow them. If there are enough people asking to see a particular contest, yeah, we'll do that. But you need to do that first thing in the morning. You've got 10-15 minutes when we have the opening show, if you like. During that period you can send us a message and we'll be happy to pay full attention to it. Hilda Jager it is who wins out over Jessica Santos of Brazil. So let me go down and see if I can unearth Mr. Guilherme from wherever it is, and bring him down here. Might as well, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Next contest, contest number 2, women's under 70 kilogram first round. In Judo from Australia, Oliver Kaufman. In blue from Kazakhstan, Zed Bekasisi. Next contest, contest number 3, women's under 63 kilogram first round. In Judo, please welcome from Spain, Cristina Cabana Perez. In blue judo from France, Valérie Disciton. Next contest, contest number 1, is dance under 81 kilogram first round. Please welcome in Judo from France, Armand Halaka. In blue judo from Netherlands, Jim Heyman.
Eva Coughlin leads her round 1 contest in the under 70 kilo category against Zera Bektaski of Kazakhstan. Still just the single score picked up early on in the contest by Eva Coughlin that gives her the advantage here, and it's now Beta Skizgi who picks up a penalty for passivity. You can't really pick up a penalty for passivity when you're trailing by Rosario and it's in the last minute. You've got to be getting on with it.
Next contest, on tatami 3, experience under 63 kilogram, first round. Please welcome in Watchdog from Israel, Ivar Shadesh. In Brazil,
Last few seconds here, desperate attack at the end from Beta Skizgi, but it's not going to go anywhere. Coughlin has taken this one and she goes into round 2. Right, let's see if the lineup has changed a little bit. What else we've got coming up? It's early days yet, and it's entirely up to you where you choose and which mat you go to, but hopefully you can find something that you like. On mat number 1, it's the under 81 kilo category. We've got the under 70 kilo category taking place on mat 2, and then on mat number 3 we've got the under 63 kilo category, and we'll follow that with the under 70 kilo category. That's what's going on at the moment. Okay, let's see where we're let's see where we're going to go, because I know I'm confusing our tech guy. We're gonna stay here on mat number 1. We'll stay here on mat number 1. We're gonna have a look at Petra Ratsimziva of Madagascar. He's up against Alexios Thanasidis of Greece. Ratsimziva in the white judogi, Thanasidis in blue. Right, I'm going to wander off and see if I can find Mr. Galero. We were talking about him for a while, his weight categories on. I might get him just up in time for Vedat Albayrak or Tatanashvili. That's round 2. Let's see if we can get him up here and interested in doing a bit of work with Loretta, yeah? Okay.
Next contest, on to time 2, women's under 70 kilogram. First round, please welcome and watch Germany from Belgium. Roxanne Clermont. In blue, from France, Clermont in ring.
النساء رقم 3 وزن أقل من 63 كيلوغرام في البداية البيضاء شيماء البيضاوي.
Al-Bayrak, number 1 seed, coming into this competition in the 81 kilo category against Jura of Iceland. This is both had a bye in the first round, so this is round 2, but the first match for both these athletes. Well, for the number 1 seed, it's not making it easy for him getting through to the 3rd round. Jura really giving him a hard time out there at this particular moment. Ties up his gi as his opponent just seeks medical attention. So we're just through the halfway mark. And now, as you can see him, he's just trying to stay focused. Not an easy job when you're out there in the middle of the tatami. Attention drawn on his opponent that's really just trying to patch himself up and ready to get back on.
In white jockey from Brazil, Amanda Oliveira. In blue jockey from Slovenia, Anna Polaski.
Well, one Shido between these athletes goes to Jura. Bit of a head-to-head clashing situation going on. Al-Bayrak Working on the edge of the contest area, trying to pile a little bit more extra pressure on his opponent. Following it through with an attack though, a lot of gripping skills and a lot of tactical effort going into this contest. Oh, as they battle away here, this has been a really challenging match for the number 1 seed. Not really getting his own way in this contest, and coming up into the last minute and still very, very open for the taking here. Nice turnover there for Albayrak. And the Tatishio Gatami there securing the hold and the win in the final stages of this contest. Well, he definitely had to work for that, there was no doubt about it. First match out though, is it just a warm-up, and he'll be raring to go into the 3rd round of this 81 kilo category. Now he'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly. And shortly I'll be joined with Leandro Guilherme of Brazil. It'll be really interesting to see what he has to say about today's performances, but an amazing athlete, and what a track record this young man has had, and one of the more mature athletes that's still going very, very strong, not only for Brazil but in the world of judo, a real contender all the time as he enters in these competitions. But now we have coming up right of America in white, and and joining me now, I'm delighted to say, is Leandro Guilherme. So well, I can say let's still just good afternoon. It's now into the afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Leandro, how are you feeling right now? Obviously, that's a really silly question, and one that you're always hated by reporters on how you're feeling, and obviously disappointed is one of the words that we could say, really.
Yes, I'm disappointed, a bit frustrated, and it's not good when you prepare very well for a competition, then you lose in the first fight, aiming for Ippon, and then you lose by Shido, and it's not good. I don't know, when I lose this kind of feeling, it's time to step out the judo.
Is that how you feel at this particular moment?
Yeah.
Really?
No. I feel that when I lose this thing of when you lose and you feel nothing, I think it's time to stop. But I still feel like I hate losing. I hate this situation. So it's kind of an energy to keep going, to improve, and
yeah, that determination to just keep digging in, but that's what's made you a real champion throughout the years. And in a way, it's nice to say it, but in another way, it's quite sad to think that back in 2002 at the Junior World Championships, I was there as a national coach for the women's team for Great Britain. I remember you winning that title.
Oh, that's nice.
And then I just thought, how old am I? But you must think that as
No,
well.
no.
You must think that as well when you compete year after year and you have some amazing results, double Olympic bronze medalist, and you got 7th place, and so you've been around a long, long time. What motivates you to keep going and keep digging in deep? And when you've got such young athletes, especially in this weight category, that are coming through now, like what you were in 2002.
I don't know, in 2012 in London, I think I had a great chance to get my 3rd Olympic medal,
Yes.
and things didn't work the way I wanted.
Yes.
And then I had an injury in 2013. I had my cross ligament was ripped off, and then I had 4 surgeries. So I stay out from judo for 2 years. And then when I went back in 2015, I still had something. And then everybody was like increasing my pace to come back as fast as I could to try to go to Olympics in 2016 in Brazil. And then I had new injuries in my back and my elbow. And then in 2016 I worked for a TV in Brazil, broadcasting the Olympics. And then I felt I had something else to do. I had more judo than I thought. And then I was willing to pay the price. And then I'm here. Like I feel I'm strong. I feel I have good judo. I feel I can do. I feel I fight much better than before. My body is much better than before. I feel a bit frustrated because it doesn't. In competition, things are not happening. Like I feel as if something could give wrong, that thing gives wrong. You know, in competition that sucks. But I think the real athlete, the real judoka, is someone who's willing to fight, doesn't matter what. And even if we fall, we have to come back again and again and again. And I will fight until the end, until it's not possible anymore.
Yes, well, your strongest time was around about 2010 to 2012. You had your world medals there, your Olympic success, and so on, and you were really on form. Like you say, your body starts to take that impact, doesn't it? And it's the wear and tear. As these tournaments, we watch these events now, and it's amazing how many participants there is, but also the countries that are participating. And there's not an easy match anymore. Before you used to look at a draw and go, there's a couple of countries there you could say, walkover, that's a good one to get. Now, with the seeding being the world ranking, it makes it so much harder, doesn't it? You have to be up on your game to be world placed, to give yourself a real chance of taking a place on the podium. And this must be a challenge for you, being in Brazil and having to do that traveling. As a mature athlete, you obviously have a lifestyle at home, being that mature athlete. You're not this youngster that is a carefree athlete that says goodbye to mommy and daddy. You have other commitments in your life. How do you cope with that?
I don't know, I suffer much less now than before. Like, for example, before I had problems with long flights. I couldn't sleep at all. I felt a lot my back and everything. Nowadays I don't feel it. That's the weird thing, because that's the weird thing, because I suffer. I don't suffer at all. That's the thing, and that's one of the reasons you ask me why you keep going. Because it's easier for me now. It seems like I reached a point in my life that it's like I fight and compete for the good reasons or something like. And how I said before, I stayed away for 2 years. I stayed away from judo for 2 years. And that time I really reconnected with the real judo, what judo means to me. So I don't know. I don't feel it. You know, it's weird. I don't feel it. It's like it's a real pleasure to be inside of it. To take a long haul, to come to competition. For example, I arrived here 2 days ago. Tomorrow I leave to Brazil again. it's long flight. Tomorrow I stay 8 hours in the airport in one of the connections, but I don't care. I just do it, you know. And I don't know. It's
I think when you're a younger athlete, you don't appreciate
not at all.
what you have
Yeah.
and the ability that you have and the experiences that you're gaining as lifetime skills and the passion that goes with it. It's just blasé, isn't it? But as you become a mature athlete, you become much mentally stronger in your beliefs and where you're going and what you do. You can map things out much easier. Where you're younger, it's a carefree attitude, and one day is the next day, and you don't plan as much as most probably what you do now, and appreciate what you're achieving now to what you did most probably back in 2002 when you were a youngster running around with all this potential, and which was a lot of natural skills that over the years you have put in the experience and the maturity that goes with the natural ability as a judoka to then be that final package of someone that sounds to me right now as such a very strong-minded and determined athlete that is now starting to appreciate and enjoy your sport a lot more than most probably what you did in the younger days.
Yeah, that's the thing. The problem is that I think when the maturity comes, it comes some challenge as well, because I think you have different problems. You have different things in mind and everything. So I think that's the real challenge, because when, as you said, when you are young, you just do it. You just do it. You fight. You have nothing to lose, and then things start. The time goes pass by, and then you feel I don't know, your problems change. I don't know, your mind changes.
Yes.
And I think that's the real challenge, because everything's inside your mind, and after all the problems I had with injuries and defeats all the time, I think the real thing to start to have results is the connection with my mind. That's the thing. How to enjoy the thing, how to use my experience on my favor, but how to reconnect with the young boy there without any fear, just going on. That's the thing. That's the real challenge. What you have to leave behind and what do you have to reconnect. That's the challenge, I think.
It's having to park some of those demons at one side and stay focused on the more positive rather than looking at when a young athlete comes in, they've got this attitude, they've got all to gain, nothing to lose. But as a mature athlete, you tend to feel that you've got it all to lose and nothing to gain, and it's been able to change that around very quickly to be able to progress and continue within your sport, which is always very difficult and very challenging, especially when you most probably wake up every morning as if you've done 10 rounds with a prize fighter. And it's that feeling of how's this body going to be able to keep going. The competition in general most probably is the easier part. It's the training from day to day and getting that body warmed up and raring to go to do the amount of training that you know is so important to be able to compete at this level, especially with youngsters that are of the age of 21, 22 and even younger that are battling away with you, that have got these hearts of lions and a body that has had no wear and tear on it and a mental attitude as if, well, what the hell, I can go for this, I've got nothing to lose, this is somebody to beat. How do you really cope with that?
You know, last year I went to Japan, and the last time I trained in Japan was in 2012, and then I had the injuries and everything. So last year I went to Tokai. I stayed there for 2 weeks by myself, and then I met the Brazilian team in Kodokan. We had an international training camp. It was the first time that I did all the trainings, all sessions, every day, without any physiotherapist session. Like I never felt so good in my life, like my body and everything, because medicine, nutrition, everything has been improving all the time, like year after year after year. So I have much more conscious of my body and everything. So when I left Japan last year, I said I can do it, because I trained much better today than before. and I don't lose to any young boy in body conditions or something like. I really have to adapt to the rules, because I think my main problem today in competition is the new rules, like how my judo can adapt, how
Yes.
my judo fits on it. If you check my recent story, I always lose by shido, and
Yes.
I look for the ippon, but I don't have much space for the ippon. I just take the shidos. So you asked me about the how to cope with the young boys, and I think the young boys are more they are able to adapt to the rules, because for them it's not real. It's not new. It's
It's not
something
new.
they are inside. It's like natural. I am from my first Olympic Games was in 2004, long before.
Yes,
So
it's a long time ago.
and then rules have been changing all the time. I lost a bit of this changing between 2013 2015. I feel I'm always running after, always
It's
running
like
after.
reinventing yourself again,
Yes.
isn't it?
Exactly.
It's like you were the athlete in 2004 at the Olympics, then 2008, 2012, and within every Olympic Games there's been changes to the rules, whether
Yeah.
it's the size of the gi, whether it's the change of the gi color,
Yeah.
and all these sort of things that you've had to readapt and reinvent yourself as an athlete, a new athlete as such.
Yeah.
But it sounds like, obviously, like you said, that knowledge has become so powerful, hasn't it, as far as preparing yourself as an athlete. When you were in 2002 at your first world title as a junior, you were just training hard, and you trained even harder to win. And then to re-win again, to repeat the performance, it was even a harder performance and a harder training program that you would give. Now you have to train a little bit more wiser, and you have to be much more clever in what you do, because that body has to be protected. Hence the reason there's much more knowledge in strength and conditioning and the medical side of it, and how to keep your body feeling young and ready for these events. Periodization.
Yeah.
Many years ago, what was that? We never even thought about it. It was like you just trained, you fought everything.
Yeah.
Not
yeah.
and anything. You were just fighting. You were a fighting machine. Now you have to periodize your program. You have to make sure that your body is ready to be able to go to the next tournament.
Yeah.
And when are the tournaments that you want to peak? So we have the Olympic Games in Tokyo, and obviously your aim is for that, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And so from now to the Olympic Games, how do you imagine your preparation to go towards those games? What is, for this year, what is your main aims?
Actually, I have to qualify first. The
Yes.
thing is that in Brazil we have something that they want the youngsters. They changed everything. So, for example, all competitions I'm doing this year, I'm paying from my own.
So you're
pocket.
self-funding.
Yes, yes.
Oh.
And this is something that I don't feel like something bad. It's not a burden. It's something I feel like I'm investing on my dream, and this is something for me. So this competition here was something important to me, because after if I had a good result here, I could go to some other competition. Now I don't know, because I come back to Brazil, and then I have to see which competition I can go. We
Yes.
don't have something we have in Brazil. We don't have a great planning. We for example, we don't know which competition we are going to do the whole year or something like. So I don't know. I really don't know what is waiting for me when I come back to Brazil. I have to have some flexibility to train, and then if some chance to go to a competition, I have to be ready. So the planning thing, it's kind of, I don't know, a little. I don't know if this word exists. It's like improvisation, maybe.
Unprofessional.
No,
to a point.
no. To like when you have to, you must have some flexibility to, I don't know, if competition comes, you have to be
You
ready.
have to be much more flexible. Really.
Yeah, something like. So
Yes.
I train. Of course, I have some. There's a coach with me. He's amazing. He's all the time like planning my training, my cycles and everything. But I must be ready.
But that must be hard, because if you
Very
don't
hard.
know the competitions you're preparing for, how do you pick for the right
Yeah,
ones?
that's the thing.
And it's that periodization program that you really, ideally, you have that a year in advance.
Yeah.
You know exactly where you're going and what you're doing. So when it comes to the training phases of competition, that you hit it right to be able to perform on that particular day. And for you, you also have to take into consideration where that event will be, because you've got to take in the time scales and the change of scenery, the flight plans, all this sort of thing that like a long haul flight majority of the time is what you're doing.
Coming from Brazil, yes.
And the time scales is that sometimes it's early hours of the morning and you're fighting maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning in your time, but at home here it's 10 o'clock. So it's trying to put all that together to give you the ultimate performance, and that must be very, very challenging.
Hard. Yes, yes.
And it sounds like it's not something you can do.
Yeah.
It's
out
part
of my hands.
So you've got to be just very, very confident in your ability to just say, right, well, I've got to just take what comes to me, and I've got to perform and be very strong mind, have a strong mind about that, and work on your experiences to be able to gain that success, rather than the planning process of it, which doesn't seem to exist at this particular moment for you. That's hard.
That's hard. Actually, it's a big challenge. I have challenges.
But it sounds like you love the challenge.
I do, of course I do. The thing, of course, I love challenges, and I love those I can beat. I can beat the challenge. I can overcome the challenge.
Well, you don't become an Olympic medalist and a world champion without having something special, and sometimes that's a big heart and great determination and a very, very strong mind. And it sounds over the years your mind has become a little bit maybe stronger than your body, because you have to work on that, your positivity, to be able to go from one hurdle to the next. And it sounds like you've got a few challenges and a few hurdles to get over to see the big goal at the end of the sort of the light at the end of the tunnel, which we would say, and that's the Olympic Games. What drives you to go to the Olympic Games? You've been to so many. What makes Tokyo so special for you?
Of course, Tokyo is special. I think for all judo community, for me it would be special. First of all, the first competition I did on seniors was there in Nippon Budokan in Japan in 2002. Right before my junior world championships.
Yes.
I fought there for the first time on a senior competition. Of course, Japan is something very special for everybody. For me, I always had a great connection with Japan, and I love the country. The
Brazilians do have a lot of connection with Japan. They spend a lot of time there doing a lot of their training. I've been there a few times and watched the Brazilians training when we were taking youth athletes over there. So I know it is so important. So how?
Yes, because in Brazil we have I think the biggest Japanese colony outside Japan, because after the World War, there were a lot of Japanese settling in Brazil, in my state, São Paulo, and a bit more in the south. So my judo professors had this connection with Japan. So you learn from the source, and then you don't learn only the judo part. You learn like the culture, the way you act on dojo and everything. And talking about Olympics, Olympics are important to me. It's something that touched me like since I was 5 years old, 4 years old. So I don't know. It's something that here inside, and I really can't tell you why I keep going. It's something inside. I don't know.
It's deep in your heart.
Yes. And then I feel like if I don't do it, it's something that bothers me and makes me bad, you know.
For the Olympic Games, it's an historical moment, isn't it, to have judo go back to where it started. 1964 was the first Olympics in Tokyo, and we're going back. We're going back, and it's part of that history. And I would imagine I'm sort of obviously not as in the competitive form, but it's something that for me I would thrive to be there, to say I was there, a part of history where judo started in 64 of the Olympic Games, and then it came back in 2020, and I was there just to experience, just to feel, because I think it's something that will be very, very special. The
Judogi from the United States, Liam Wright.
as they're asking, but you always sense a bit of a danger when the referees ask them to tidy up. We always, and I know they've been doing it a lot now, they're making sure that the gis stay firmly in place, because it is a disadvantage of the gis out. When you try to get connection and a good grip, you find that your opponent disappears in their gi. So by tidying it up, makes it more, it gives it much more of an advantage to the opponent. He's having a bit of a stab on that supporting leg, and he's pressurising him on the edge of the contest area. I think he's tactically just looking for that third and final Shido. I think he's really got it there.
Yep.
Well, sadly for Jack Hatton, he was up against a tough opponent, and the gripping skills and the height advantage was against him on this one. And however hard he tried, he really wasn't able to get past those strong defences that was looking so positive in all the time, and Hatton really was getting picked up on the Shidos every time there. But for the Canadian, goes through to the next round, so he'll be relieved to get that one under his belt.
Round one, next contestant under 81 kilograms. Second round. Please welcome the one judogi from Turkey, Muhammed Kosh.
Well, we've got Kosh here from Turkey. Mabui of Congo in the white. Kosh of Turkey in the white.
Next contest on the 23 is.
So this is going to be a very interesting match, and my colleague Mr. Sheldon Franco Rook will be joining you. We're delighted to work with you. And I'll just pass him on to my colleague. But once again, thank you very much for joining us, and it's been a pleasure talking to you, and I'll be keeping a real good eye on you and seeing how you're performing. And if it's not well, I'll be up there talking to you.
Thank you.
Giving you that mental support.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Loretta. I knew she'd enjoy that. I can say that now because she's gone. Right, so Mohammed Kosh, I think we were talking about this morning. I haven't seen either of these before. Not sure if you've seen them on the circuit or been in a training camp or something.
No.
They're both new ones, aren't they? Relatively new. But you had some close-up and personal contact with the previous fighter, Antoine Valois-Fortier, I'm sure. Yeah,
I fought him like 6 times in my life.
Yeah, not least of all because you're from the same Continental Union, aren't you? So that would have been something that we would not have seen on the tour. We were talking about this earlier, you know, the fact that some of the Continental events are not broadcast in Pan America, so we don't get to see them. But we know that they take place, and you have indeed been on with him quite a number of times.
Yes, I fought him in Brazil. There was, and that time was World Cups, and I fought him in Pan American Games in 2011. And last time we fought was in 2012 in the final of Pan American Championships.
Was that prior to the games?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Wow.
yes.
Wow. Wow. And you kind of came fairly close to meeting again. You were in that part where you ended up with the Japanese Nakai,
Yes.
and he was in the lower half that ended up with Stevens.
Yes.
So, tricky situation, that one. London, that was, seems like a lifetime ago now. So long ago.
Yeah, and there were so many things happening in my life after London. So I had the injuries, and it seems a long time. Actually, it was a long time ago. If you really think about it, it was like 6 years ago. No, 7 years ago. Almost 7 years ago.
Was it in Belo Horizonte that they had the World Cup, in Brazil?
The time I fought him was in São Paulo. We had some in Belo Horizonte, and then we had some in... The last ones were in São Paulo.
Yeah, it's been a while since we were out in Brazil. We had the World Team Championships out there as well in Salvador Bahia.
Salvador Bahia,
I think that was amazing. I remember one of your teammates in the under 90 kilo category when
Betoni, he won
with the 4 seconds. It was incredible.
Yes, I watched it on TV. I wasn't in the team.
I was out of my chair. I was screaming like crazy. I don't normally do it. I'm not the, loud, look at that, and a lot of people at home will say, Sheldon has got this kind of tone and he's always quiet. I wasn't quiet on that day. I was, because, the French fighter was from France, and he was backing away. He had the time was running out and he had his lead and he thought, okay, well, I'll just back away. And with 4 seconds to go, I thought, well, who wins in 4 seconds? And then he threw him. Oh, that was beautifully done. Trapped the sleeves, got right underneath him. We may see that on the replay, I'm not sure. I know we're talking through this, but this is round 2 of the under 81 kilo category. And just to finish off on that amazing win, what it did was it made it, because it was a team of 5, and it then made it 2-2. And I think it was the short French fighter, it wasn't the big man Teddy. They had another fighter in there. He had to go up against Rafael Silva, and it was, we say David against Goliath.
Goliath, yes.
He just but it was, Right, who we got coming up next? Let's pay some attention to the under 81 kilo category. I haven't meant to be disrespectful to them. It's the number 3 seed, Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. He's up against Jose Maria Mendiola. Izquieta. Let's just go with Jose.
Actually, I don't speak Spanish, although Spanish and Portuguese are very similar. They are completely different language. Yeah. So
I think we're okay with Jose Mendiola.
Mendiola, yes.
Yeah, Mendiola. Yeah, we were chatting I was chatting with Catarina Rodriguez from Portugal. She works for the European Judo Union, about the difference between Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese and the sound. Because the few words that I have learned in Portuguese, they've all been from Brazilians, because that's the people that are new. And any time I say anything to her in Portuguese, she always laughs. And she says, brasileiro.
Not Portuguese, brasileiro.
Almost caught him with the Ashiwaza there. Mendiola. Having a quick tap at the feet of Ivanov. It's funny, you get that bye in the first round. Mendiola's already been on with Becca Dongiani of Georgia. Yes. That must have been, a reasonable
great warm-up.
Yes. And all of a sudden, you've got someone at the end of your hands who's, steaming. And it's a little bit, might take you a few seconds to catch up and get the pace of the contest, the tempo of the contest. Which is something we were chatting about this morning. I was chatting to Leandro about the different styles, the timings and everything. And when you're on the IJF World Tour, there's just that little bit less time to settle in, work on your kumikata, move around, get a feel for things. This could take 45, 50 seconds, a minute, as long as you both look positive and active. On the tour, there's just that suspicion that there's not that amount of time, If you haven't put in a big attack in 20, 25 seconds, you're going to get, you're going to get worn. It's a little bit tricky. And people who fall foul of that quite often are Japanese, Brazilians, sometimes certain French players, because they have a different type of style, and they just need a little bit longer. It's difficult just to nail a time and say, after 20 seconds you must. For me, not if both players are actively looking, for a positive situation rather than a negative one. And that's something that you hope the referee's going to feel and have a good feeling for.
Yes, because sometimes you have to put your adversary to walk, and then you have the timing for the technique. So sometimes it takes some time to wait for the right move of your adversary, because it's a matter of reaction on judo. So sometimes you don't have nowadays actually we don't have this time for reaction. We only have action.
And I saw that this morning because you were trying to move him. He was quite static, but there were times when you wanted some fluidity, because as Leandro is saying, that unless your opponent is moving, there's very little chance of being able to catch them, because the first movement that you make, they're ready for.
Yep.
If they're just there, any movement you make. Whereas if you're both moving, he could move into the space in which you want him to go, and you'll be able to, do something. Well, and oddly enough, there are no penalties in this one. Nice Osodogari effort there from Ivanov. Got himself into a good position and almost came up with the Sutemi Waza. It was nice movement from the Bulgarian there. It's nice when you see the players putting together, 1, 2 or 3 movements. A couple of the Mongolians were good at that. I'm talking about big attacks, 1, 2, 3. And then a week or so ago, I was chatting to Loretta about what I consider to be, almost again, this time left-sided, what I consider to be almost non-attacks from some of the South Koreans, who just, like 3 or 4, but they don't really mean to throw you once. They're just trying.
You mean the final, in Düsseldorf?
Yes. Chogram, I love him. He's great.
It was funny. At least funny it was.
I'm glad you, thank you very much. I'm glad you said the same thing. You know what he's trying to do.
How many tries? 80. So 9, I think.
And at this time, there's nothing you can do, because he's just like one of those dolls that you wind up, But I love him. Chokwam is incredible.
Incredible player.
Just that single Shido against Mendiola. Remember, in the days gone past, when you could lose on a Shido.
Yes.
This was an incredible situation, because Mendiola would be panicked because he's got a Shido. What could he do? And of course, Ivanov would be backing off. I actually like it. You didn't score, so we go on.
Yes.
We go on. And really, this morning, I think, did you not go into gold and score?
We went to golden score,
yes. Because for me, this was the best part of the contest. This is when it really became interesting, because we could see then that, and he was also Spanish, wasn't he?
Yes, it was in Spanish, yes.
He really had, the more the contest went on, the less and less he had to offer. He was beginning to get drained, and okay, so were you. But this was where, for me, there was the possibility of
for a throw, yes.
For a throw, for something to happen, and it was really regrettable that the third penalty came around, and for such we call minor infringement. But I think we touched on that already.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't know about the rule, unfortunately. when I went back to the warm-up room, I talked to the girls. We have 2 girls here from Brazilian team,
Which oh yeah,
Amanda and Jessica.
Yeah, Jessica.
And then I talked to both all the time, putting judo gi inside the belt because now it's Shido, so get ready for that.
And who was it that we were? Oh, and you were chatting with the former world champion Nemanja Majdov as well in the warm-up area and talking about that. That's unfortunate, isn't it? He fell into that Mendiola. He'll be absolutely gutted by that.
Ivanov is very dangerous, very dangerous. When you less expect, he finds some space and then he throws.
When he has the right day, can be anybody. I think I can't remember where it was. Was it in Tel Aviv? I'd have to look it up, but he was incredibly impressive. Right, so that is Ivelo Ivanov into the next round. We're going to stay with the under 81 kilo category. Why not? We've got the pleasure of the company of Leandro Guilherme with us. Paris. Have you got good memories of Paris?
Yeah, that's great memories.
Can you remember which year you managed to top the table there? When
it was in 2010.
2010.
9 years ago.
Wow. Wow.
It was an amazing day. I had some injuries during competition. I had my jaw dislocated in the third fight.
No.
Yes.
And you had to continue with a dislocated jaw.
Yeah, because
it doesn't show, by the way.
It was like this because my adversary he tried a hadakajime and it was in my jaw and it completely dislocated. So I kept fighting with the jaw dislocated. It was an amazing pain. Awful, and then when I went back, then the fight was over. Our physiotherapist just, I don't know in English.
Manipulate.
Yes, manipulate. He even said, okay, if you need to cry, please cry because
don't worry,
it will hurt a
like
lot.
hell.
Yes, and then I fought against Sergio Toma. It was the next fight. I was so nauseous because of the pain. And then the final I had a ligament ripper off in my knee. So, but it was okay because I had the gold medal in the end, so it's worth it.
Yeah, no problems.
No problem at all. The problem is when
torn ligament and a dislocated jaw. No problem.
Yes, the problem is when you have a lot of injuries and then you lose the competition. That's the real problem.
Goodness me, what a story. I didn't realise that all of that had gone on in the background. I suppose we weren't as proactive in getting into the warm-up area and talking to the athletes and everything. And during the contest, I don't go there because you've got your things to focus on. So I'm never normally in the back. It's when it's finished or the next day or something like that. But I don't really get involved in going and chatting to the athletes when they are on the path, so probably wouldn't have gone in there. Think you'll get the chance to visit Paris again then? You see that in the
this year I was there watching, and then I did the training camp. It was good for me. I was in Portugal and then I decided to go to watch competition, to feel the spirit of Paris again, and I think the training camp is something that helps you to improve your game, to fight against the main athletes of the category. So it was nice to be there.
Halfway through the contest, a single Shido picked up by Hatim Dukali. He's up against Jim Heyman of the Netherlands. We're going to stick here because there's an interesting contest coming up next between Ungvari Attila of Hungary. He's up against Alexis Thanasidis of Greece, both of whom I'm sure you, Leandro, will know well. They've been around for a bit as well, although Ungvari had been at 73. This is the brother, but he had also come through there fairly quickly up to 81. That is a real judo family. the Ungvaris. Yeah, there's not that large a contingent from Brazil here this time, is there?
No, actually this competition here was open in Brazil to if you had some fund to pay for the competition. So everybody who's here
self-funded,
self-funding. It's not official, but our federation is not paying for this competition. So our main team is going to compete in Ekaterinburg next weekend.
Yeah, apart from your small team, then there is just the Brazilian referee. We got a referee here from
Really, I didn't know that.
Brazil. Yeah, Mr. Santos, I think it is.
Mr. Santos, yes.
Yeah. He's also on his way up. By the way, I think is it Jefferson Vieira?
Yes.
And Santos are probably the two best at the moment, because you lost, or he's retired now, Mr. Minakawa.
Yes, Edson Minakawa.
Had been around for quite some time and also refereed the Olympics, didn't he? Was it the?
I guess 2 Olympics maybe.
Yeah. I'm not sure if because he's got 2 daughters, I'm not sure if they did judo. I think I saw his wife at a competition once and the girls were there. They were quite young at the time, but I think they did do some judo anyway. It's not surprising if you've got a father with that kind of background. Anyway, we're underway with Ungvari Attila in the white judogi, Alexios Thanasidis in blue. Yeah, there's a nice point there for Thanasidis. He likes to get close, and he's the kind of fighter that likes the kind of big, and he's pretty close here. Yeah.
Yes, he had the opportunity.
Very in trouble. You know, that arm around the waist. There are some players when they put it on you, you think, where did they get the strength from? Just so powerfully, hardly moved.
And they use all the body to do this kind of technique, this kind of grip. So, and then Ungvari had the hip completely dominated, tried the sumigaeshi, and it seemed that I don't know how to say it.
Thanasidis.
Thanasidis.
It just stuck to him, didn't he?
Yeah, we talk on the countries like Greek, and it's easier. And he seemed he was waiting for the sumigaeshi. And then he just passed through the guard. It was easy to just.
That was it. So Thanasidis into the next round. Coming up in round 2 of the under 81 kilo category, Dominic Druzeta of Croatia is up against Abdelal Ben Amar of Tunisia. And there is the aforementioned.
Yes.
Mr. Santos. He's actually going, up and up. A couple of years ago, with the greatest of respect to him, a couple of years ago, he was struggling, this level, but now, really, no problem. Very confident when I see him on the mat in the job that he can do, even at Grand Slam level. Yeah,
that's nice.
He's really up there. He's worked hard. He's worked very, very hard, and it's a tricky job, in all spheres of life, you've got different people who get involved in different ways, whatever it is, not everybody can be a top fighter on the tatami, sometimes you need the referees, you need judges and other people around, and he's really dedicated himself, done a good job. Mariano dos Santos. Not sure from where in Brazil he's from, but
I think he's from Brasilia. I think he's from Brasilia, the capital.
no scorers yet. We've had the first minute out of the way. There's a single Shido up against Drazeta. The winner of this contest, this is the last of the round 2 contests in the under 81 kilo category. The winner of this will fight Alexios Thanasidis in round 3. There are 3 rounds: quarter-final, semi-final, and then a final. So if you had to start off in round 1, you've got quite a long day ahead of you. 6 fights it will take if you had a first round fight. So there may be a few people who would look forward to a first round bye. I know a former colleague of mine, a commentator, but a former top fighter, Denzine White, he said he didn't like to have a bye in the first round, especially if in the first round you had an opponent who was, with the greatest of respect, not that great. You know, you want to be out there, you want to feel what it's like to be in the middle, get your hands going, get the blood going, get warmed up.
There's no better warm-up than a real fight.
Than a real fight, yeah. He hated coming out in round 2, and then all of a sudden, you know, in the time that he was fighting maybe an East German or a Russian or something, you know, who'd had a warm-up.
And if you win your first fight against a strong opponent, you improve during competition. So it's a great start. Something that that's nice.
Yeah. Benamar taking advantage of Drazeta being out of position. He got lucky with the positioning there. So when he was required to make the turn, he was in a good position. Drazeta was completely off balance and went over beautifully. There you go. So it will be Abdelaziz Benamar of Tunisia to go up against Alexios Thanasidis of Greece in round 3. Well, that brings us neatly back to the top of the draw, and we're going to get a chance to see the number 1 seed, Vedat Albayrak of Turkey. He's up against Nugzari Tatalashvili of Georgia. It'll be Albayrak in the white judogi, Tatalashvili in blue. And not to bore you if you already know the story, but Vedat Albayrak had previously
Mastopoulos.
Yeah, he was previously Mastopoulos of Greece, and prior to that, he was Georgian.
Georgian, yes.
So
I fought him already when he was Mastopoulos, so you felt he was a Georgian because of the style.
So Tatalashvili will know the style very well. We were talking about, I don't know if you know the game dominoes, and you put them up here, and if you hit this one, then that one falls, and that one's, I'm not sure.
Domino effect.
Yeah, the domino effect took place when Lasha Shavdatuashvili, after the Olympic Games, moved up from 66 to 73. So there was a squeeze then of a certain number of people in the weight, and someone was going to have to move. So Tatalashvili said, okay, I'll go. So he went up to 81. Well, when he came to the 81 kilos, there was a squeeze as well, you know, because there are a few bodies in there. Some who'd moved from 73 with him. Zabeda Rekviashvili was one of them. He went up from 73 to 81. And then all of a sudden you had Rekviashvili, Tatalashvili, Aftandil Chirikishvili, all
the Shvilis.
Yeah, all the Shvilis, they were all in there. And Aftandil said, okay, I'll go. And he went to 90. Well, of course, you know, Varlam was there and there wasn't enough room, so but Varlam was going because he was, you know, the 90 kilos was killing him the weight.
Heavy already.
So he went up to under 100. So now you've got this again. This, I think they're about to become really settled as far as the team is concerned. With top draw fighters, they've always had top draw fighters, throughout the weights. But there's now this recognizable group of fighters in Georgia, all the way up to even the plus 100 with the current world champion Guram Dusishvili.
Yes.
So we've got a really, really nice group there.
Who was under 100?
Under 100
yes,
before, yeah.
Yes.
So then I guess Adam decided after that, Okarashvili, the big man, I've had enough, I'm leaving. And then he's gone. But the one thing that is different from the Georgian team and the Brazilian team, when we mentioned the strength that they've got in this men's program, is that we've got a mixed team event. You need 3 women.
Yes, that's
and
the thing.
they don't have.
They
not
don't have
at
the
that kind of
tradition.
level. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Whereas you do in Brazil. You are spoiled for choice in the women's heavyweight, 2 or 3
Yes.
that you can choose from. Any one of them. Maria Suelen Altaman, Beatriz Souza. There's a few there that you can choose from, and then at each weight you have 1 or 2. Where the Georgians are really struggling even to just find one.
Yes.
That they can do.
It's
but
not cultural for them
Yeah.
to have the girls
Azerbaijan,
fighting. Yes.
same thing. Kazakhstan may begin to prepare. Uzbekistan. Traditionally, as Leandro says, it's not traditionally been their way. Now, Freddie was saying something about Mat 2. I'm not sure what it is. You don't go there. So we're good here, yeah? Okay, we'll stay here, yeah? Oh, okay. Well, let's finish off with we've only got a minute left of this contest. Is that okay? We'll just finish off watching Al-Bayrak and Tatarashvili, and then we for technical reasons we may have to move. It's funny, isn't it? We've had 3.5 minutes, but it's like they're having difficulty opening the can.
Yes.
They have the power, but it's just finding
Strength against strength.
Yeah.
Oh, it seems they have the same strength in opposite directions, so they don't have enough space to try something.
The English word that we use is to nullify. Nullify means I will close you down and you will close me down. Then nothing happens, But it hasn't been, and now Al-Bayrak picks up Ashido, but it hasn't been, boring. Ooh, and now Tatarashvili picks up a second penalty. It's been interesting, but it's been one for the technicians, and for tactics.
Yep.
2 penalties picked up by Tatarashvili as we come to the end of normal time. We're going to have a pair of golden score now, and it's always the way that the person with the greater number of shidos is at a disadvantage as we go into golden score, because a single shido picked up here by Tatarashvili will put him out. It's not the best camera angle, because we like to see the feet. That for me is the best. You've got the head and the feet. You see everything that goes on. I'm not a big fan of when there's standing action to close up and see the face.
Yes.
You don't know what's going on.
You cannot see what's happening.
Yeah, see, look. They've caught up, and he didn't jump on him. Tatarashvili was waiting until he'd finished tidying up the belt. I know it's a hard thing to say now, because if I'd spoken to you this morning, maybe you're saying to me, why didn't you have a coffee, Sheldon, with me this morning and tell me? I'd still be in the competition. Oh, no way. A simple push down.
Yes.
That's really unfortunate. It's not that different from the previous contest, where they just got in a bad position, and a simple bit of control and push down was enough to come up with the score. Well, Tatarashvili will be really upset here, because it puts him out of the competition, the group of fighters is big enough to have, 3 rounds, and he couldn't get past round 3. Vedat Albayrak of Turkey goes through to the first of the quarterfinals. Okay, Freddie, you can move us to whichever mat you like and then do whatever technical. It's up to you. Okay, we have to go to mat number 2. Mind you, there's a good reason for going there, because we've got the number 1 seed in the under 70 kilo category, the home favourite Asma Niang of Morocco. She's up against Sarah Mecklenburg of Germany. It's Niang in the white judogi, Mecklenburg in blue. And look how tall the German is in comparison to Asma Niang. I was mentioning to Loretta yesterday, I don't think I would like to have Ippon on my back. I think it's a bad omen.
Yeah.
But that happens to be
That's true.
one of the sponsors or something. Just looks, like a target. 2 penalties already picked up by Mecklenburg. Niang the 1, and we've inside the first minute. Ouchigari, right-sided from the tall, leggy German, just putting Niang under pressure for a moment. Well, Niang wants to operate right on the edge of the contest area. The German coach isn't happy about it. Maybe with the greatest of respect to the German coach, maybe he's not aware of the way that tactics works. If your opponent has 2 penalties, then you want them to be on the edge and
Yeah.
come on, And now
You put some pressure.
yeah, absolutely. You don't push them out, but you put them in a position where it makes it very difficult for them. And he's been invited to sit in the stands now, so he's taking his seat somewhere else. Just had a little bit too much to say. I'm sure that Sarah Mecklenburg could work that out herself.
Yep.
She's fighting in a Grand Prix, so she's not backward. Got to make sure that it happens in the middle now.
Niang is a very aggressive fighter.
Yeah.
I remember her fighting in Paris, the bronze medal match. She's very, very aggressive.
Well, she gets caught this time for
Yes.
having the fingers inside the jacket. Olivier De Rose is the referee from France. You just mentioned about France, and now Niang, a little bit of advice to the referee saying, hey, she's got a bit of blood there, take her off.
It's good to stop the fight a little bit.
Now is a good time.
Yeah.
She's incredible, Niang. We call it gamesmanship. All sorts of things. She's involved in the contest in ways that she really doesn't need to be. Oh well. 2 penalties apiece. We're halfway through the contest. There are 4 Shidos on the board. It's not quite the kind of scoreboard that we would want to have a look at. Anyway, that's the way it works out sometimes. I doubt very much whether this is going to take that long, because there's not a great deal you could do with a cut lip. They're going to apply some pressure, try and stop the blood for a moment. Maybe there's some kind of, coagulant that they'll wipe on there that stops it. But after that, she'll be back on the mat. It's horrible to get the strapping around.
It's better to breathe. If you feel something on your face that it was not supposed to be there. So.
Well, at least she hasn't got a broken jaw.
Yes. I don't desire that to anybody, because it hurts a lot.
Yesterday, I was talking to the gold medal winner in the under 52 kilo category, the French fighter Amandine Bouchard-Nordmeyer, who had gone to the Philippines for a holiday after the Masters in Guangzhou, where she won a silver. So a bit of celebration, went with her partner and everything, and she contracted food poisoning, but seriously, with a parasite. And she said the pain was, she never experienced that kind of stomach pain before. It was like someone was eating away at her inside, and she was on intravenous drip for about 7 or 8 days, just
Really?
You lost completely all the weight from 53, 54 kilos because she comes to 52, back down to 48. She was just absolutely drained, and she was talking about that kind of pain.
Yes.
Right, Sarah has had treatment to the lip. She's making her way back to the mat now. She had to walk a little bit of a way because the medical station is down at mat 1 and we're on mat 2. So here she is now. We'll get back underway. A little over 2 minutes left to go. They've both picked up 2 penalties. It's been a rather unattractive contest up until this point. A little bit punchy, but not surprising when you're up against Asma Niang. Yeah, that's the kind of pressure that her coach would have been telling her to put on. It's your turn, and he's not in the chair, so quite clearly she can do it herself.
Yeah, I think she knows what she had to do.
Sometimes even, no score and 2 penalties each has you on the edge of your chair because you're waiting for something to happen. You know just how small the margin is. I wouldn't want to see it happen with a third Shido, but given the positions of the 2 fighters, that's what's looking likely. At this point, the German's got to put 2 hands on her if she wants to stay in the contest and avoid the penalty. At least look the more positive of the 2.
Yes.
Don't get caught up in one side, hiding away. Make the referee make some decision too. Put both hands on your opponent. One big attack. It could be over.
Yeah. I think Niang is struggling with the distance. The German girl is very, very tall. And Niang, although she's very, very aggressive, she cannot find the right distance.
Yeah, and that was a nice effort. There won't be a score there because it was Niang's effort at the Sutemi, the Yoko Sutemi waza, that brought her down. Mecklenburg would have liked to have thought that she had some control going down, but really she was only holding on. So no score. Good non-decision from the referee. No need to get involved there. 20 odd seconds left to go. For me, it has been an interesting contest.
Yep.
I don't know about other people, but given that this is the number 1 seed, home favourite up against an unseeded player, and in the under 70 kilo category, you've got 2 or 3 Germans who'll probably be ahead of her.
Yep.
This is a good performance.
Yep.
Good
and
effort.
she's quite decided, I think she improved along the fight. Niang was better in the beginning, but then it seems that the German girl just found herself during the match.
Started to come back into it, yeah.
Next contest of the time, next over 18 kilograms, third round. Please welcome in white from Canada, Etienne Rion. In blue from Uzbekistan, Shimon.
There we go again then. One more roll of the dice, if you like. 10 seconds left to go. Looks so much better when they've both got hands on, and Niang again goes over, and I think for me that was close. That was close. It looked as though Mecklenburg came down on her side.
It wasn't. I thought it was Wazari.
Yeah, from the Yoko Sutemi was it? Yeah, same here. Me too. I like the look of that.
The old Yuko, right?
Yes, exactly. Well, old Yuko is now new Wazari.
The new Wazari, yes.
The only thing that I think would stop that from the score was on the way down, there's the landing. Has she maintained control? At the end, when she's coming down, maybe one hand drops away to break her own fall because Mecklenburg feels it and she's trying to take over. And in that instance, a little bit like there's no way, actually that was, there was no problem with that one. But the one before, for me, that was close.
Yeah.
If he had said Wazari, I would have said, okay.
I really thought it was Wazari.
All of a sudden, something that has had 2 or 4 penalties with half the contest that's gone has been quite riveting. Here we go, there's a chance there, but this time Mecklenburg's going to take it. Niang tried to risk it, and all that Mecklenburg had to do was make contact and stay in control on the way down. It really was all effort from Niang to try with the Setemi Waza.
She was too close already.
Yeah, and the thing was, she tried it 3 times, so there was a feeling, you know, Mecklenburg could feel that, and she reacted to it quick enough to take advantage, and it's a round 2 exit for the home favourite, Asma Niang. Well, there you go. Sometimes 0-0, 4 penalties can be interesting.
Yep.
You know, there's something in there. You know, it's like a football match where it's 0-0, it goes into extra time, and then with time running out, you get 1 goal. You know, it doesn't always mean what's on the scoreboard is
That's true.
indicative of it. So Sarah Mecklenburg goes through to, is it round 3? Have they got 3 rounds? I'll check with you anyway. In the meantime, let me just, is it possible, Freddie, for us to go down to mat number 3? Freddie's going to take us down to mat number 3 because Margot Pinot of France is up against Amanda Oliveira of Brazil. It's Pinot in the white judogi, Oliveira in blue. And why not have a look at one of the Brazilians? Yeah.
Yep, sure.
And just as this contest gets underway, I can tell you quickly that there's a really nice article on the IJF website, www.igf.org. Just go there and you'll be able to see an article written by the International Judo Federation Media Director, Mark Pickering. It's entitled "A Legend Fighting to Keep Pace with the Changing Times of Judo," and it relates to our guest here, Leandro Hilero. Nice one.
They are fast.
Yeah, yeah.
Very fast.
Mr. Pickering doesn't hang around. Look,
Oh, look, they Poncio.
Yeah.
Now I got tired. No, I got sad.
It's a lovely photograph as well.
Yes.
Yeah, he puts them up quickly. Yeah. Good job, eh?
They are very fast. Amazing.
I don't mean to flatter unnecessarily Leandro, but there's a good reason for this. You know, how long have you been involved in judo at the very highest level?
I don't know. I fought my junior world championships in 2002. So in 2004, I fought my my first Olympics.
in
Yeah.
Athens. Yeah. Saw you there.
You know,
From the seats, I hasten to add, I was in the spectator seats. You know.
you know, like in 2000, actually this month, I do 30 years of judo. I started in March 1989.
Oh.
So this month is 30 years doing judo.
Unfortunately for Oliveira.
Yeah,
she
it was
couldn't- yeah.
Vasari there.
And then Pinot came back with the score.
Yep.
Yes, I made a mistake some time ago by telling some people in Mongolia that I had been to that I had seen one of the fighters. We will get the shot back for you. I'm just trying to see why it is that we've lost the connection for the time being. Could be that we've got, it appears that we've got a technical problem. I'm sure that they'll fix it shortly because they are frantically running around trying to get that. Okay, there you go, we're back. And on mat number 3, it's Alina Prokopenko of Russia. She's up against Carola Paisoni of Italy. It's Prokopenko in the white judogi, Paisoni in blue. I don't know if you're sensitive to the smell of cigarette smoke.
Yes.
You know, but I am.
Yes.
And for the second time today and the third time
It's
on the
around
weekend.
here.
Now, there's a guy standing at the door, the security guard, you know, and he's having a smoke at the door. He thinks he's outside. Doesn't
But
realize is that all of the air
wind,
is
and then
blowing
the wind just blows them.
the smoke in, you know. And there's athletes performing here. It's just
Yeah.
so not the right thing. Anyway, that's a bellyache of mine. So, Alina Prokopenko of Russia in the white judogi, Carola Paisano of Italy in blue. There's no score as yet. The referee in the middle is Everardo Garcia of Mexico. I'm not sure if you've seen him on the circuit, Mr. Garcia.
Yep.
Yeah, I made the mistake of telling somebody that I'd been to the World Championships in Belgrade in 1989, and they mistakenly thought that I had been there as a competitor, and they looked up and they misidentified me from someone on the British team at 60 kilos, and and then they started calling me by that name, and they introduced me in Mongolia and in that name, and you know, the television was there, and they wanted me to open a club because they thought I was the Olympic bronze medalist from some time, and I didn't know when to tell them, I'm sorry, I'm not. You've made a mistake.
As soon as possible, I think.
Well, I was listening to this, but I don't speak Mongolian, but some of the things were, you know, in English, and the guy was smiling at me, and he was so proud that he'd managed to get the Olympic bronze medalist to come to the competition. When he told me, I said, where is that person that you're talking about? It's you. I said, no, it's not me. Elena Prokopenko wins out over Carola Paisoni. She'll go into round 3. So when you said about being at the Olympic Games in Athens, and I said, yeah, I was there, I didn't want you to think that I had been in any other capacity except as spectator. That's it. That's the maximum involvement that I've had. Except in what a friend of mine says to me is a Mickey Mouse competition. Right, coming on to mat number 3. Kim Polling of the Netherlands faces Elisaveta Teltsidou of Greece. It's Polling in the white judogi, Teltsidou in blue. One of the power fighters, as I like to call them, Kim Polling. Just not quite sharp, you know. Some time ago that would have been an absolute burial, but she's been off for a while and just working her way back into judo, and it will be a pity for her opponent when she's back at 100%, because she'd be unstoppable. Really, absolutely terrific fighter, Kim Polling. I think she won the Junior World Championships here in Agadir back, you know, whenever it was, all those years ago, and she was, as a junior, I remember interviewing her for one of the first times, thinking, well, this girl is just, you know, going to be unstoppable.
The Dutch teams are very consistent team. They are very strong. Male and female team.
I think the under 81 kilo category is really getting back under. I'll check. Oh, that was terrific work from Teltsidou. Whoa. Left-sided.
Surprising.
Is that Koshi Garuma or Ogoshi maybe? And she's hurt herself, Teltsidou. Well, we're just kind of hinting that she's not at 100% yet. She's not at her absolute best yet, and that can happen when you're not.
She tried the same technique. She tried to hold from the front, and then the Greek.
Well, Martin Ahrens is the coach. He'll have a word with her as they walk off. Freddie, is it possible for us to go down to mat number 1? Okay, we're going to go down to mat number 1 at the risk of boring Leandro Guilherme Feather. We're going to have another look at Antoine Valois-Fortier. This time he's up against Muhammed Koç of Turkey. It's Valois-Fortier in the white judogi, Koç in blue. As you were saying earlier, you'd come up against him 6 times before.
Yeah.
I think the referee was in the weight, he was a couple of weights above you. He fought at 90 kilos. He was a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games in Beijing. Hisham Mesbah.
Oh, really?
The Egyptian, Put on a bit of weight since then.
Yeah.
He's filling out that blazer now and topping 100 kilos for sure.
Things of retirement is. There are a lot of athletes now as referees, right? Saidov from Uzbekistan.
Yes, yeah, the big man, Mathieu Bataille from
Bataille,
France.
yes.
Yeah,
It seems Giuseppe Madaloni as well it's a referee, and
now
he's not a IGF level A, but seems he's
but we've got him as an assessor. Some of the ex-fighters can come and they can assess, and we moved him from Tatami to assessor. I think he's working there now. Neil Adams, of course,
Yeah.
Daniel Lascaux, former world champion. And they have had other jobs, some of them in the IJF, and they've moved up there. Just thinking, who else is one other person? Oh, of course, several of the women as well. Hyun Suk Hee, the referee here from the Republic of Korea. Previously, Cho Min Sun, also from the Republic of Korea. So we had a few of the women, but not as many as we would have liked. And yes, some players, but again, not as many as we would like. We would like to see a lot more of the former players.
But maybe it's a matter of time.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. This time it's the turn of Antoine Valois-Fortier to go and have some treatment to a finger. It's just, I think it's the thumb that may need some restrapping, and once they've put that back on, he'll be back on the mat. The young Turk, Mohamed Koch, or Koch, I think it is. Koch, maybe. We'll have to wait for him to come back to mat 1, but we've got Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria coming up next. He'll be against Jim Heyman of the Netherlands, and then I can see round 3 of the under 73 kilo category we're getting underway shortly with Lasha Shavdatu-Ashvili of Georgia and Alexandru Raicu of Romania. Are you, when you are at home, are you someone who from time to time will watch the stream and see what's happening with the competitions abroad, or?
When I'm at home, yes. I actually, when I start watching, I have 2 different. In one device, I watch the draws, and then the other one I watch the competition. So it's like stock market guy.
Yeah, all right.
All in lots of monitors.
I'm going to have to introduce you then to this other site, which instead of the judo base is live.ijf.org, where all of those things, and who's coming up and that sort of stuff, you can get. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but once you have, you've got the whole lot there, because you just click on the draw and you've got the
this
draw.
layout's amazing.
Box.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I confess that I like a lot the last.
Yes.
I'm used to it. I'm an
too.
old guy.
Me too. I'm an older guy, so
that I prefer to have both. But this layout's amazing.
Yeah, Leandro is indicating that he liked the old layout a little bit better, and he got used to that. I like the one with the, this is my age.
Yeah.
With the chisel.
When I put the ipon.org, I
Yeah.
just click on the link in the below link, like the old one.
Yeah. Me too. Take me to the old one.
It's hidden, but I find it and then click it.
Antoine Valois-Fortier it is who makes his way into the quarterfinal. Right, let's see how that quarterfinal lineup is looking. Vedat Albayrak of Turkey will go up against Owen Coughlin. It'll be Damian Shvanovitsky of Poland to come up against Sharafidin Baldaboyev of Uzbekistan. Sami Chuchi of Belgium will face Antoine Valois-Fortier. And we've got the last of the 2 round 3 contests coming up now. Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria faces Jim Heyman of the Netherlands. Ivanov in the white judogi, Heyman in blue. The referee in the middle is Vladimir Nutsubidze of Georgia. There you go. thought about that little sit-down Yoko Otoshi maybe. Just stepped over the foot, and it wasn't the wheel with the arms that he needed to take him over, but Heyman has had a bit of a warning there. Be careful of that one. He gets that going. Sometimes it's more the shape of a modified Kataguruma, you know, just with the leg. There's all Ashiwaza from Ivanov almost. Yeah, he does come up with a score. Yashibarayev from the Bulgarian. It didn't take long for a lot of the fighters, when they were told, you know, can't use that hand, to adapt it, and just almost the same thing, you know, bringing the opponent over the shoulder, and then we had to kind of to identify it and say what had changed, and you know, really, this is what had changed. So we just said they modified the Kataguruma.
Yeah.
You know, the concept and everything remained the same.
The mechanics is the same, but they changed it from
Execution.
the leg to the sleeves.
Yeah, to the sleeves. Yeah, yeah. Are you able to execute that? Is that something you thought about, or were you not? Were you never the leg grab kind of guy?
I never.
Yeah.
Yes, I had a.
Not many Brazilians were actually, to be honest.
Yes, I had a more.
João Dele, sorry, maybe.
João Dele was amazing.
Yeah,
he was amazing.
Yeah, maybe he was.
And he was very clever to do this.
Yeah, and also the other thing is he had a completely different fighting style from you guys. You know, from that the lower the weight, for me, the lower the weights you went, the lower the fighters went.
And João was he was very strong physically. His legs always were very strong, so he used that a lot to do this kind of technique.
He's I saw him. Well, I've seen him a few times, but.
He's stronger.
he's put on a bit of weight.
Yes.
Put on a bit of weight since
he used it to fight against Aaron Serbia, the Cuban, all the time.
Right. Who is also around coaching.
Yes, I saw him in Paris, and he's stronger as well. Both guys are very strong.
Yes. The march of time, eh? But I've been incredibly lucky to go through that. Not just that period, but also.
Oh, that's an Nippon, right?
Zari, I wonder what it was that was lacking in that. Well, we can have a look ourselves. Where are we on map 1? Yeah. They've left it as Wazari, so there obviously there was something missing from that technique that made them think it wasn't quite worth the value. We've got the benefits of the live.ijf.org. Hopefully it's going to give us the replay. And that's Wazari Awazeti upon now. It won't really matter now because Ivanov has managed to come back and throw his opponent for a second score, and ours is stuck anyway.
Tomorrow we'll be able to watch it.
Oh goodness. Right, Ivanov it is who goes into the quarterfinal, whatever it was that gave his opponent, Heyman, the score. We'll have to give a miss. Not sure what it is that is troubling our replay here, but it's of no real. Keep missing it for some reason. It just doesn't like it. Maybe we'll have it and we can at least satisfy ourselves as to whether it was or not. I don't know why it gets stuck there. Anyway, Tanasides manages to finish off Ben Amar. Freddie, how are we doing with the replays? No luck, eh? No
I'm very
chance.
curious to
Yes,
watch
am I.
it.
Now that I've tried it 10 times, I want to see
Yes.
what it is. But for whatever reason, it will do like seconds before and seconds after. I think we're just going to let it run. And it just doesn't, when it gets close, it doesn't like it. So Tanasidis into the quarterfinal. I think we've got one more. No, we haven't. That's it now. We are going to see the quarterfinals next. So that's what we'll do. We'll stay on mat number 1 because the quarterfinals are coming up next. Can't we get that? Maybe we're going to get lucky here. Yeah, there it goes. No. Right, let's introduce the upcoming contest. Vedat Albayrak of Turkey faces Owen Coughlin of Australia. It's Albayrak in the white judogi, Coughlin in blue.
The current Oceania champion, Owen Coughlin of Australia.
Leandro and I have been trying to get this replay going, and it moves very slowly on the laptop for some reason. Really annoying. So we'll take a look at the quarterfinal. Here it comes. I started bit by bit. I'll get to see it. No scorers yet. We've had the first minute out of the way. Coughlin looking to go around the back there, maybe with Kosotogaki, but bailed. And now Albayrak just muscling Coughlin to the ground. They went over on one side, and to try and get out of that, Coughlin bailed and went to the ground. Picks up a penalty for passivity. I think that's reasonably fair, given that the 2 minutes 45 seconds left to go, and he had a minute 15 and really wasn't able to come up with anything. Not surprising, given the strength of Albayrak. Again, he looks to go around the back, but almost gets his feet caught up and was off balance. You can see what he's looking for, but the first time was a better threat. The second time he was really tentative and almost got caught himself. If you're going to go in for that Kosotogaki, you have to be fully committed. He's a little bit tentative, I think, Owen Coughlin. Chance now with this right arm up around the collar. He's going to have trouble with his feet. That's the second, third time that he's been in there, and
by side.
Beautiful little Ashiwaza from Heyman that he caught Ivanov with earlier on and just went down on his side. Was close though. Right, we can catch up with the quarterfinal now. We've been trying to see that replay with Ivanov and Heyman, and eventually we did get to see it, but it looked as though it was on the side. And Albayrak does catch Coughlin. They're a little bit slow with the scoreboard sometimes, putting up the Ippon. Anyway, we've got the second of the quarterfinals coming up now. We can go back to the contest order, I think, here. The second quarterfinal features Damian Shvanovitsky of Poland. He's up against Sharafidin Boltaboyev of Uzbekistan. It's Shvanovitsky in the white judogi, Boltaboyev in blue. And the Uzbeks had quite a day of it yesterday. They won both the men's weights, the under 60 and the under 66 kilo category. I can't imagine that they're going to do it today, but yeah, quite a result. Sharafuddin Lutfilayev in the under 60 kilo category, and Sador Nurilayev in the 66 kilo category. I wonder if Walter Boyev is going to have the same kind of, not luck, same kind of result as his teammates had yesterday. Starts out nice and sharp. I'm not one to go in the gym, I'll admit that, but on that rare occasion that I have found my way in the gym, I happened to bounce into Damian Shvanovitsky training there once. And I came in and he looked at me. I'm never sure if someone's going to know me or they're not, but I said hello, and he said hello. And then after a couple of minutes he said, hey, so did you actually do some judo? So maybe it's good for my reputation if I can be seen in the gym once in a while. 60 years old, come on. There are other things to be doing. No score as yet. We're into a little more than 2.5 minutes left to go, so there's plenty of time. And as we say, here is a pair of fighters. They reasonably, one attack, and they've remained penalty free.
Yep.
Nice and clean so far. The scoreboard. We're just waiting for a score. And I don't know if you just saw just out the corner of your eye, the referee just saying to the Polish coach,
it's a warning.
Yeah, take your time. Nice effort there, left-sided. May have left himself in a bit of danger here for the attempted shimiwaza. Managed to block that. So no harm done. There's another former 81 kilo category fighter from Poland. He now coaches in Belgium. He's around Robert Kravchik.
Yep.
Do you remember him?
Yes, I remember. He even fought Flavio Canto in Athens in the bronze medal match. Actually, he has a sad story in that Olympic Games in Athens, because in the semifinal he was winning, and then the last second he took Sumigaeshi from the Ukrainian guy.
Is that
Gontiuk?
Roman
Yes.
Gontiuk. Yeah.
Yes. And then like 15 minutes after he was fighting for the bronze,
to come back
completely
dead.
destroyed. Yes.
Well, this was the thing with Stevens and Valois Fortier.
Yep.
He did say to me, but it was Bischoff who said that in the final he couldn't close his hands.
Yep.
Couldn't close his hands. He was completely spent
Yep.
in the contest with Travis Stevens. It's odd that the two that had the hardest battle, this grueling battle, more memorable battle, both went on to lose their next two their contests. Bischoff against Kim and Stevens against Valois Fortier. And Stevens didn't talk to me for 2 years after that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he didn't talk to me for 2 years, because exactly like this morning when I came to you, I felt so, that I put the headphones down. This was after he lost to Valois Fortier in the bronze medal match. A little bit like this, there's nobody in the background. It was just you, me, and your coach this morning. It was the same. But even the coach left him. He didn't want to talk to him. He knew how.
And the coach was Jimmy Pedro.
Jimmy Pedro. And Jimmy Pedro thought, whoa, I'm not talking to Stevens. I know what he's like, so I'm leaving him. So he was there on his own, walking back through the athlete area. And I stopped and I said, I know it will mean nothing to you now, but you are the best fighter to leave London without a medal. And I said, thanks. And for 2 years he didn't talk to me.
Oh, amazing.
My goodness me. Well, there's a little bit of Utsuri Goshi in there, changing hip. I wouldn't classify that until I see the replay, but that was absolutely amazing, and Shvanovitsky was not getting off that. Little bit of a leg lift in there as well to put him on the hip, and then to take him over. But Boltaboyev is trying to emulate his teammates from yesterday. He's into the semi-final now. There you go. Wow. And there is the aforementioned Antoine Valois-Fortier. He's about to take to the mat in the third of the quarterfinals. This time he will be up against Sami Ciuci of Belgium. It'll be Ciuci in the white judogi, Valois-Fortier in blue. And just to finish off on the Travis Stevens story, after 2 years, that was 2014, he did come and say, "Hi, how you doing?" He just appeared at the side of the commentary, said, "Oh, hi." And he said, "I just want to say, thanks for what you said."
But this is his style. He
took 2 years.
Yes, very laconic. He doesn't speak much.
And then in Rio, when he did medal, I went and said to him, "You gotta feel better now." He said, "London will never feel better."
Yeah, for sure.
He's just Olympic silver medalist, and then.
Yeah, but they are different things. You cannot connect them.
Yeah, I was trying to save myself a little, but he wouldn't have it. Ciuci's in trouble here. Valois-Fortier was able to get a little bit higher up. Just had to be that, too low down, and Ciuci managed to turn out. He's a good young boy, the Belgian, Sami Ciuci. They've got 2 of them in the weight category who are vying for that position. Sami Ciuci, who's in front of us now, and Matthias Kasser is the other one.
He was 73, right?
Boy.
Ciuci, I think.
Yeah, no, come up. Yeah. Both the Belgian boys are nice and strong. Got nice upright judo. Missed with the Uchimata. Almost got involved in the Sukeshi. Ciuci not quite able to. It was a slightly untidy effort at the end from Valois-Fortier. He didn't have the hands in the right place, and maybe if he'd actually made really good contact, Ciuci would have had a better chance of countering him. But anyway, at the moment, there's a lot of slipping off of the hands there. In that last exchange, he attempted Makikomi from Ciuci went begging.
Next contest, on tatami 3, men's under 73 kilograms, third round. Please welcome the white judogi from Canada, Antoine Bouchard.
Someone's going to go here.
Yeah.
It's just who, which one? Because they're both, quite positive.
Really open fight.
Yeah. Well, yesterday that was the gold medal winner in the under 60 kilo category, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev. He's the most open of all the gold medal winners yesterday. A nice effort there, right-sided Taitoshi, low down from Valois-Fortier. Just tell you quickly, we had 5 gold medal winners yesterday. We had 5 categories. They came up with 15 ippons between them, and there were only 2 scores against the 5 gold medalists.
Oh, really?
And both of those scores were given up by the by Sharafuddin Lutfilayev in the under 60 kilo category. It meant that the 4 gold medal winners from the other weight categories didn't give up a single score all day. Nobody scored on them. Sharafuddin Lutfilayev, who is the most open of the fighters, unsurprisingly gave up 2 scores, and he still managed to smash his way to the gold medal in the under 60 kilo category. I'm not really, one for statistics, but once in a while it would be one that's interesting to pick up on. And yesterday, there was some nice judo yesterday. Nice judo. And these 5 were all, well, of the 5, 4 of them were fighters whose defense is incredible strong. Very, very difficult to get past them. They all kept what we call clean sheets. Nobody scored on them. But Lutfilayev, who's the most open of the fighters, he gave up 2 scores. Valois-Fortier got caught there. Sami Ciuci coming up with a score with a minute, just a little over a minute left to go. So the Canadian has got a bit of work to do here as he gets, encouraged to go towards the contest there. I don't want to say that he pushed him, but You know, that's not really a push there. Just like guiding him to the edge of the contest area. I always think that there are 3 ways to go. You know, left, right, or back. It's quite often the case that they choose the wrong one and they go back. It's easy to say from here, but you know, you'd like to think that if you know where your opponent wants you to go, which is he wants you to be on the edge of the contest area, go left or right, but don't go back. Anyhow, I can imagine that you, because you are technically, you know, adept at that, and you would have done the same thing, you know, maneuvered your opponent to the position on the map where you feel that you can put him under the most pressure.
Yes, yes, yes.
Claro.
Sure.
Time running out here for Valois 48.
No.
Yeah. The mind was willing, but the body was unable.
Yeah.
You could see where he wanted his body to go, but it just wouldn't go there. And he picked up a penalty for a false attack. It's nice from this side, don't you think? You know,
Yes,
watching and
Yes, actually, for me, it's good to learn
the
because
analysis. Yeah.
yeah,
You look at things differently, and I mean, if the replay thing would have been working, it'd be even
Yeah.
better. But there's you can pick out the things. You get a feel for the way that the contest is going and what someone is doing right or what they may be doing wrong.
for example, something that I was thinking, it wasn't actually the tactics of the fight, but Valois Fortier, he just for the mate, he came back to his place, and he didn't put the judo
Yeah.
gi on. In that situation, the referee told him to put the
Yeah.
judo gi on. He was supposed to
To do himself.
take judo. or no?
Well, absolutely. This is the thing, and I think the referees who are getting used to this are kind of almost like afraid because it's fairly new, this rule, and they don't want to do. But if you say that you must do, then you must do. You know, you have to. That's
Yeah.
what you're supposed to do. And I think this situation where clearly was out, and clearly he had time to put in, he should have. What are you going to do? Are you either going to go by the rule that you told or not? So a lot of the fighters, maybe even some of the coaches will be saying, and I think some of the coaches are reluctant to say it because they say, don't say it. Don't say it. If you get away with it, you get away with it. You know. Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria faces Alexios Thanasidis of Greece. It's Ivanov in the white judo gi, Thanasidis in Greece. We've been lucky today because we've seen both of these fighters on a couple of occasions, and now here they are head-to-head in this quarter-final. Well, Bayrak has already won the first of the quarter-final, so he's made his way to the semi-final. He'll face Sharafuddin Baltaboyev of Uzbekistan in the first semi-final, and we've just seen Antoine Valois Fortier winning out against Sami Chuchi.
Valois Fortier is fighting very well today.
Yeah. He's over on the left-hand side of our commentary position. He hasn't stopped, we call it pacing up and down, because he's catching his breath.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he wants to see his potential opponent, and it will be the winner of this quarterfinal between Ivanov and Thanasidis. Just swallowing large amounts of water as well. They've got the Grand Prix in Montreal coming up in the not too distant future, haven't they, the Canadians?
In July, right?
You're going to go up there? You're going to wander up to Montreal?
I don't know. Actually, it depends a lot of. It depends in. I really don't know. Actually, I wanted to fight every competition I could, but it doesn't depend on me only. Let's see.
Well, in the case that you are not fighting in every competition, you're welcome every competition to come to us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I told actually to a number of fighters, especially because you and I were chatting about the continental thing, and I mentioned Sergio Pessoa because he's a fluent English speaker. He speaks Portuguese, so it'd be nice to get someone who's got bilingual or trilingual skills. He also speaks French, I suppose. Maybe yes. I don't know, but certainly Portuguese. Marty Malloy, she's got a media degree from I think it's San Jose State University, so San Jose State, and an incredible competitor over a long period of time. I was supposed to Sasha Mamedovic before he went up to do his coaching duties in Canada. An ex-fighter. So we're trying to identify people who could come along and do something. Nick Tritton from Canada as well, we spoke to for a while, but hadn't heard from him for a bit. He seemed to have disappeared into the the boonies somewhere. Another penalty picked up by Tanasidis, this time for passivity with 1.5 minutes left to go, and that looks quite defensive there with that left hand from Ivanov, trying to keep, it may just have been on the hip, trying to keep Tanasidis away from him. I think your coach is ready to go. Your coach is calling you. Okay, yeah.
My coach is calling me.
Right, so you're going to have to go off then.
Yes,
Leandro, it's been a real pleasure.
Thank you, Sheldon.
Again, I think over a period of time, I don't know how many years I've seen you and known you. Once in a while, we get a chance to have a chat, but it's our pleasure to chat with you, our pleasure to watch you, and it's also our responsibility to come and, as we did this morning, to support you, because you offered so much to the fans and so much to judo, so I'm happy to do it.
No, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for clarifying everything to me, because I really didn't know what happened in my fight. And then when I step out the mat, you just were there to tell me what happened, and so it's good to know why I lose. So thank you.
Hopefully it'll be a better experience next time round.
Yeah, for sure.
You keep coming, yeah?
I hope so. Thank you.
Okay.
All the best for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leandro Guilherme of Brazil. The coach is going to take him away now. He's going to wander off and do something else. And when we have the pleasure of Loretta Cusette-Doyle back shortly. Tanasidis unfortunately picking up another penalty, puts him out. Ivelo Ivanov goes through to the next round. We've got a quarter-final taking place down on mat number 3. We can go down there, I suppose. It is Maëlle Dicintio of France. She's up against Inbal Shemesh of Israel. It'll be Dicintio in the white judogi, Shemesh in blue. We joined the contest with 15 seconds or so out of the way. There's no score as yet. Well, I hope you enjoyed hearing from Leandro Guilherme the last hour or so. It's a pleasure when we can have the fighters come up here, and unfortunately on this occasion it was Leandro Guilherme coming up here after a defeat, but that's going to happen from time to time. But he was very settled after the defeat. He managed to pick himself up back fairly quickly, didn't he? No score as yet between Dicintio and Shemesh. Single Shido picked up by the French fighter, slightly uncharacteristic of the Chintio. She's normally quite up with the tempo, but she's just fallen behind here, and she's down by Shido. I don't know why it appears as though the day's gone so much quicker today than it did yesterday. I suppose having Leandro Guerrero up here for a while and able to concentrate a little bit harder at times, or maybe, you know, sharing some stories, I suppose. And I do hope that they didn't detract from your enjoyment of the judo. However, when we get an opportunity to talk with one of the athletes, it's always nice to, you know, have a few anecdotes or stories, and I really do hope that you enjoyed hearing from Leandro. See him again when he inscribes for another event. Not sure where that will be, given that he's still, you know, on the fringes, I suppose, of the Brazilian setup. You don't see him for a bit. Certainly hope that that is not going to be the case, and we'll see him soon. Ooh, that was a nice little Koichi effort. Just losing contact with the top half of the body, and Shemesh able to turn onto her front and avoid getting caught there. Half a minute left to go, no score between Maël Di Chintio of France and Inbal Shemesh of Israel. They've both picked up a penalty apiece.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we start with the record charge on men under 81 kilograms to 1. Please welcome in one judo, the current Oceania champion from Australia, Owen Coffin. In blue judo, from Poland, Dana Swanowski.
I think they're just introducing a repechage contest down on mat 3. We're going to, sorry, mat 1, we're going to stay here on 3. This one has gone into golden score. Right-sided effort there from Chintio as they come up with a score. Again, a little bit of I don't know, slightly over-ambitious lunge from the Chintio at Shemesh there. Now that didn't come off. Joining Matt, we've got Andrea Leszki and Hecha van den Berg. That's on Mat 2 if you want to watch that. We're going to finish off watching this one, however. And then possibly we'll go to Mat 2. They've got a few contests coming up there that have caught my eye. Leszki takes the lead against Hecha van den Berg with a minute and a half left to go. It was one of the not unsurprising picks this morning from Loretta Cusack-Doyle. And then we were talking about Andrea Leszki having another go at this, another chance in the absence of her all-conquering teammate Tina Tursteniak.
Yes.
So it's nice when, you know, you can just, you know, have the place to yourself, if you like, you know, and no Japanese Nabakura Nami or no no Clarissa Begninu.
There's some real high quality athletes that are missing from this event, but in a way it's quite good to get these younger athletes and those that are just being pipped by the post and getting the 5th and the 7th places to get that opportunity to actually get on that podium. Couldn't get any better opportunity than here this weekend, and but sadly 1 or 2 have missed out on that opportunity already, haven't they, to
Indeed,
just shine. Been sort of gone by, Nyam being one of them.
Yeah, she did the usual thing.
Yeah,
she did the usual thing with playing with the Shidos
Yeah.
and everything, and it backfired on her because she picked up 2 herself.
Merkelberg, my goodness
Yeah,
me, that
she
German,
fought really well.
she is amazing. Her
Yeah.
first match was outstanding against the Uzbekistan, and her Newaza is phenomenal. It's unbelievable. She's
Got that shape as
such
well,
an
you know.
aggressive
Yeah.
fighter, but so skillful
Good
with
win.
it.
Good win.
That was a brilliant win. She is definitely a young lady to watch.
Yeah, Mael Dicincio at times with that coach, he looks slightly desperate, and there's the risk, especially in the golden score period, of not quite able to finish off. That was a better effort, left-sided, but the coach, he looks a little bit desperate, and she can give the impression of, you know, the force attack. And well, okay, she's only got 1 penalty against her, but Shemesh has got to step it up here. Andrea Leshki has won a contest on mat 2.
At the semi-finals in women's under 63 kilo category, in white judogi from Slovenia, Andrea Leshki.
Especially there, 2 Shidos down and 2.5 minutes rolling in golden score. It's a long time out there battling away, isn't it? And Shimeshi, I think, could be looking at a 3rd and final Shido there on that drop.
I'm afraid
Just
so.
timed that very poorly.
Now let's have a look and see what our choices are. We've got a quarter-final on mat number 2 between Manon Dequeta of France and Ljubljana Piovasana of Great Britain. That's a quarter-final. There's a quarter-final coming up here between Margot Pinot of France and Alina Prokopenko of Russia. That's in the under 70 kilo category. I just want to see where these 2 are. Margot Pinot is the number 2 seed, and she's up against the seeded Elena Prokopenko as well.
Yeah.
And I just want to check and see where Ljubljana Piovasana, okay,
she's not a seeded one in this
yeah.
competition. Her teammate Livesey was, and but she's
not seeded
sadly
in this
out.
one.
Yeah.
Well, she is seeded,
But not in the top 4.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to stick then with Margot Pinot of France in the white judogi against Alina Prokopenko of Russia. And I think that, Piovasana is seeded, Dequeta is not, whereas the 2 down on mat 3 both are seeded, Pinot and Prokopenko. That is a clash in that quarter-final that was set up through the seeding. So I think they're going to stick with that one.
Yeah.
Pinot was lucky she had a bye in the first round, and then she defeated Amanda Oliveira of Brazil. She went to
That was a
Wazari
good
down.
win.
Yeah.
That was a really good win because
She was
Oliveira,
behind.
she's a talent, and I really rate her. So, and it was a good battle.
Yeah, we had the pleasure of the company of Leandro Guilherme at that time, so he knows
Yes.
a thing or two about the Brazilians, and we had a really nice chat with him. I'm sure you did as
Oh,
well.
I thoroughly enjoyed the
Yeah.
conversation. Definitely, he's a very interesting and very interesting man. Definitely, got a big heart for judo. Good transition. Tried to go for the shimiwaza. Wasn't positioned under the chin, so hence the reason the referee called mate. Will attempt what looked to be the Sienagi was switched to the Kochigari, but there she really made a mistake there. She didn't really force that Sienagi move, and going to the rear left herself a little bit vulnerable to the counter. Prokopenko's really
Almost.
good at those counters. A little bit of an error, but well, good thing she never got caught on that counter.
Well, how's your luck? I mentioned Nick Tritton earlier on, and there he is. Hope I haven't upset him by saying that he's gone into the boonies. I hadn't heard from him for a while, but there he is. It's so nice to hear from Nick Tritton, and if yes, we'll be delighted to see you when we're in Montreal, and we look forward to your company in the commentary position. So if you need any assistance with, you know, the accreditation or anything like that, then just message me, Nick, and we'll be delighted to have you along. And if you know the location of your old buddy, albeit who's a couple of weights lighter than you, Sergio Pessoa, then, you know, muscle him in to the deal as well, because we'd like to have as many Canadian athletes.
Oh, there was yes,
couldn't
what
get off it.
Morote Sienagi went right through the legs, got the lift. There was no escape there.
I hated that walk over and step through, and got caught.
Yeah, she thought she was going to be able to brace on it, but as she started to stumble forward, that was it. It was all over and done with.
Yeah, so just finishing off there quickly before. No, we are going to go down to mat number 1 for the semi-final between Vedat Albayrak of Turkey is up against Sharafidin Boltaboyev of Uzbekistan. It's Albayrak in the white judogi, Boltaboyev in blue. And given the success that the Uzbeks had yesterday, is steaming again today. It's Albayrak in the white judogi, Boltaboyev in blue. Here's Loretta Kusakdor.
Yeah, Boltaboyev has been on fire today, but I think he's rolling off the success of what they had yesterday. And the team in general had
steaming.
Oh, brilliant performance.
Right, and then quickly to say hi. I don't really like to use the stream as a, you know, hailing out hi to buddies and everything, but Nick Tritton is an extremely successful former competitor, and so it's first of all hi to Nick Tritton, and absolutely we'd be delighted to have you along. And as I say, Sergio Pessoa, if you know where you can unearth him from, you can dig him up from somewhere.
Dig him up. He's been buried somewhere.
Yeah, I'd like to have those two along. We'll have the pleasure of the company. I'm not sure who it is that's going to Montreal. Have you got that list? Is that on your list? I wonder who's going to be then.
Don't know who's going to be there, but it definitely isn't me. Sadly.
I should have a look. Yeah, it's a funny thing to be able to
so close, it might be Jean.
Yes, I suppose so.
Jean Shin, possibly.
Could be Jean Shin, yeah.
Yeah. It's a possibility. He's closer to there, isn't he? So it would make more sense.
As I said to you yesterday, I can't wait for the World Championships when I'll have to look and see who's on there, but I just enjoyed so much the preview and the wrap-up show between you and Jean. I like to think that we'll have another go at that. You'll have to look ahead and see what the list is, and he's got 7 days of judo in Tokyo.
Winner of the 2023 moved to the semi-final in women's under 17 kilo category in blue judogi from Germany, Laura Vargas-Koch.
Laura Vargas-Koch has made her way to the semi-final, and we've got a quarter-final with her teammate Sarah Mechelberg up against Megan Fletcher. That is underway on mat number 2. We're going to stay with this semi-final here, Albayrak and Boltaboyev, and then down on At number 3, you've got Pridon Tijani of Georgia up against Denis Yatsev of Russia.
Well, the matches are coming out now, and there's some real tough ones, some interesting matches. It's not been as predictable as we've seen in some events, isn't it? It's been really a very open competition.
And
medals up for the taking, really.
And given the absence of a number of, the top flight competitors, one could easily have looked at the entry list and thought, well, I'm not going to bother watching because X is not there or Y isn't there, or Z isn't there. There have been plenty of others and really good judo as well. So, well worth having a look.
Well, we've got the 2 Shidos to 1 at this moment. 52 seconds remaining in this contest. Boltaboyev really struggling against the strong defences of his opponent, Albayrak. The battle continues here in this semi-final match. And at stake is a place in the final. Albayrak looking for an opportunity now in the Niwaza, piling on the pressure, gets the rotation, works there around for the Shimiwaza, and then over to the opposite side, pulls back under the lapel looking to secure the Osakomi. Boltaboyev very, very strong in his defences in the Niwaza, managed to stay out of trouble down there.
The Marrakech Grand-Prix 2019 will start at 4:30 p.m. You are all warmly invited for the opening ceremony of the Marrakech Grand-Prix 2019 at 4:30, followed by the final block at 5 p.m.
Sorry, I'd take my eye off the semi-final very quickly. It was Albayrak again. What a boy, eh?
Well, he's been on fire, hasn't he?
He beat Boltaboyev. Okay. Boltaboyev goes down into the bronze medal contest. Right. Second semi-final. Antoine Valois-Fortier of Canada faces Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. It's Valois-Fortier, the white judogi, Ivanov in blue. And Megan Fletcher has just defeated Sarah Mechelberg.
That's a great win.
Of Germany. So it's Mechelberg into the repechage, Fletcher into the semi-final. And if we're going to wrap up what's happening on all mats, then I better tell you that Gigani of Georgia leads Denis Yatsev of Russia by Wazari with half a minute left to go.
Winner of the 22 move to the semi-finals. In the blue judogi from Ireland, Megan Fletcher. Our next quarterfinal under 70 kilogram of the 22. In white from Australia, the current Oceania champion, Aoife Coughlin. In blue judogi from Italy, Alessandra Montalcino.
And Yatsev has come back in the last 30 seconds to win by Ippon down on Mount 3. What a thing, eh? Staring down the barrel, likely to be on the way out. Owazari down with 30 seconds left to go, and then with 11 seconds left on the clock, Yartsev managing to come up with the winning score.
On to Tony 3, move to the semi-finals in men's under 73 kilo category. In blue judogi from Russia, Yartsev. On tatami 3 now, the next quarterfinal, men under 73 kilogram. Please welcome, in white judogi from Turkey, Bilal Shiloku. In blue judogi from Canada, Antoine Bouchard.
Ivanov there picking up the first Shido from the Bulgarian. Oh, a lovely Ochigari there. Sharp reactions. Ivanov getting his head pulled down there, looking very scrappy indeed. We'll pick up. Oh, they've let him off on that one, but it was looking like he was going to get picked up on another Shido. And only in the halfway mark, not the ideal situation for him. Under enough pressure as it is from the Canadian. Sutemi was her attempt there just at the edge of the contest area. More of a ploy to get out of trouble. Well, Fortier looking very strong all day today. Ivanov will pick up another Shido, and that was for infringement of the gripping skills. With drawing that hand down, he's really got to work with it rather than defend on it. Oh, well, totally misjudged that. Sidestepped. Ivanov takes the Wazari and a lead in the last minute of this contest. Well, that was a beautiful Tewaza attack there from the Bulgarian. Timed it perfectly as he sidestepped that Osodagari just at the perfect moment. And he takes the lead with the Wazari. He's got two Shidos, so he cannot afford to lay back on this one. And the Canadian will pile the pressure on. He's got good gripping style. He's got the height advantage, which makes his opponent look quite passive at times. Sutemi was her attempt there from the Bulgarian, but a desperate attack to get out of trouble. Whether he can hang on for another 39 seconds. Well, they've taken off the Wazari. I'm not surprised, because it really was all the setup of the Canadian's throw. He just totally misjudged it, and
soul destroying for
well,
Ivanov. he's looking at 30 seconds to go. I'm Wazari up, even if I'm a little bit fortunate, and then no, you're not.
Yeah.
And now you've got two Shidos on the board.
And 14 seconds remaining, so it's not a lot. But we've seen it turn around very quickly. Been in this position before where one athlete has really sewn it all up, and then at the golden score tends to just lose all the control of the match.
Golden score, tatami 1.
Battle away there. Oh, it's all over the place. Well, he works on that belt, but he's got to use it. Can't just hang on to it. 28 seconds into golden score. 2 Shidos still on the board. Attempt of a Sutemi Waza. Canadian still piling on the pressure, but trying to chase the score there, but picks up a Shido for lack of engagement there. Talking in for the Oso Tagari, and Ivanov just drags his opponent down. No grips other than on that belt.
In white from Turkey, Bilal Shiloglu. Next contest on tatami 3 is women's under 63 kilogram repechage. Please welcome in white dogi from
Strong
Serbia.
right-handed grip, hooking in there. Oh, there was an opportunity lost. Well, a minute and 13 seconds gone in golden score. It's definitely been a battle and a half, and the Bulgarian looking a little bit stronger.
Ladies and gentlemen, digital friends, this is day 2 of the
Canadian coming in with that
Marrakech
Uchigari. When he does attack, he attacks well. Very strong movements. Sutemi was her attempt, then yes, and that's it. Oh, the Canadian just run out of steam, I think, really.
أيها السادة والسيدات أهلا ومرحبا وسهلا بكم. ليقل في علم الجميع
Always, just something about, you know, going to your opponent when you've both given absolutely everything and you've still got something about you to say, come on, I know how hard you've worked.
Yeah.
Because Valois Fortier, in his quarterfinal, at the end of the quarterfinal, he was absolutely spent. He went over into this corner. I was with Leandro Galera at the time. I said, look at him. He can't stop walking. He's walking up and down because he's trying to get his breath back. And he was pouring water into himself and everything. He really had given everything. And then he goes into another contest, this time the semi-final, where he has to give everything again and go into the quarter-final. And right at the end, it just gets caught.
He just run out, didn't he, of energy.
Completely spent. Right, let's go to mat number 2. We're going to have a look at the contest. It's a repechage contest. It's a quarter-final that's taking place between Aoife Coughlan of Australia. She's up against Alessandra Prostecimo of Italy. It's Coughlan in the white judogi, Prostecimo in blue. We follow that with Shavdatuashvili and Ndiaye of Gambia. We could ask Harry about that. He's from Gabon, he may know. It's not that a million miles away, is it? Could ask him how to pronounce that.
Oh, what a throw there.
Well,
What a result.
for Kovlinov, Australia make it into the semi-final. Go for it.
And she'll be up against Fletcher in that semi-final, so that'll be interesting.
Winner of Tatami 2 and moved to the semi-final in the under 17 category in white from Australia, Eva Kochman. Next on Tatami 2 is the quarterfinal men under
Right.
73 kilograms.
Here we go then. Lasha Shavdaturashvili of Georgia faces Faye Nji of Gambia. It's Shavdaturashvili in the white judogi.
In blue judogi from Gambia, Faye Njie.
And Njia in blue. Right, we're underway with that.
Both opting for the lapel grip, both seeking that sleeve. Shavdaturashvili, looking the stronger of the two at this particular moment, comes in for the first attack with the Sianagi. Shavdaturashvili came in as the number 1 seed. No surprises there, but gets caught there with a lovely Koichigari. Georgian reacting very sharply on that to avoid being scored against.
To 3. Should have these all done by half past 3, I'd imagine. And then we'll take a break until 5 o'clock.
Naji really playing a good match here in this quarter final against a very strong opponent, Shavdaturashvili of Georgia. Attempt of a Tominagi there, though, misjudged that one, and has that been an ultimate mistake for him? As you can see, the Georgian trying to capitalise on that mistake. Doesn't seem to be able to get his leg out there, but he's working on it. Looking to tie up the top half of the body. As you can see, he's caught that head there nicely. Now starting to concentrate on getting that foot out. Well, this is an opportunity for the Georgian to finish this off, and there he does, Tatishio Gatami, but once more the leg gets caught up, all that effort, and he finds himself back in the same predicament, the foot in the way, but he's still working away, and the referee giving plenty of time here because there's a lot of action going on. Trying to change the tactics now in the Niwaza, but it's coming back up onto his feet. Obviously felt that there wasn't much on offer.
He's hanging in there.
Shavdashvili looking slightly tired out there, as seemed a real effort to pull his belt round to the front. The last seconds of this contest, this quarter-final stage, and now we go into golden score.
He's right there, isn't he?
He's really given him a hard time out here. There's no doubt about it. It's been actually little glimmers of danger from Naiji. Worked on the sleeves this time now. Shavdashvili blocks the attempt of the Seoinage. Now follows through, looking once more for the Niwaza. Again, very little there. Temiwaza got the movement on that technique. 1 minute and 12 seconds into golden score. Still only one Shido divides them, and now it's one apiece, so even. Oh, what a good Ashiwaza there. Got everybody going, ooh. That was...
crowd were up, weren't they?
Yeah, that was a little bit of an exciting moment there. Well, right at the beginning, we didn't see there would anybody go past him. Shavdashvili is a quality of athlete with such a pedigree. Wonderful results under his belt already, and but he's looking a little bit tired out there. He's drawn on the back of his opponents, come round the back again. He's looking for the rear attack, sweeping the feet, but his opponent quite solid on his feet, and doesn't seem to be too phased at this particular moment. But he goes into the Niwaza. Shavdashvili looking to try and rotate him over the top, coming up onto his knees, but he's got the Shimiwaza.
Oh, he didn't want to roll.
Oh, no, but the Shimiwaza was there, and that was it.
Out.
Yeah,
no choice. Once he'd gone to that roll, that was the power position for Shavdashvili.
He went for the roll because the Shimiwaza was on, and he thought he could get out by rolling, but it was rolling into the Osakomi and really having a better advantage on putting the shimiwaza on. You have your full body weight on top. Well, it wasn't the wisest of moves, but I don't think he really had much on offer there to get out of that position. But what a match for him.
2.5 minutes into golden score with the former Olympic champion.
Yeah, he did well there.
Top draw effort.
Next quarterfinal in under 73 kilo.
Let's go down quickly to mat number 3 to have a look and see what's happening in the semi-final in the under 63 kilo category with Katharina Hecker of Australia. She's up against Maëlle Di Cintio of France. It's Hecker in the white judogi, Di Cintio in blue. There's no scorers yet. Di Cintio has picked up Shido again. So that was a bit of a surprise the last time round. She's normally tidy fighter, but just a little bit off the pace today, I think. And we've got a little over 2.5 minutes left to go.
Both trying to settle into the grips there, but you see Hecker has the advantage at this particular moment. She's got a really strong grip, the elbow tucked in nicely, drawing down on that head, but Di Cintio dismissing that arm by coming under the knee, underneath with the drop. Hecker, left hand on the lapel, looking to throw that right hand deep over the back there. Cintio trying to control that sleeve from coming over the top. Oh, and the ashiwaza, nice footwork there. Sadly, didn't manage to follow through on the attack. Hecker tried to pull back on in the niwaza, and it really did catch the leg of the French girl. She got a foot caught up, and there was a twist on the knee. Well, Hecker takes the win. Yeah, it did look very uncomfortable as she pulled back. The foot was in the wrong positioning and it did twist that knee, so...
Okay, let's go over to mat number 1. We will keep you informed about the injury to Maëlle Di Cintio. She's just actually up on her feet now. She's managed to stand and she's going to be able to walk off the tatami under her own steam, so which is always good news.
Yeah.
A little bit of a limp, but no need for anything more than just the helping hand from one of the medical staff. And poor old Katharina Hecker, who wanted to, you know, go over and say, "You okay? Or you all right?" Got ushered off the mat. Not so sure about that. You're not going to go over to try and help, you know. She just wants to say sorry. Anyway, better safe than sorry, and leave it up to the medical staff. We're watching the quarterfinal in the under 73 kilo category between Guillaume Chain of France. He's in the white judogi. This is in the under 73 kilo category, and he's up against Hikmatilov Turayev of Uzbekistan. It's Chain in the white judogi, Turayev in blue. chain it is. Comes out the winner ahead of Turaev. So it'll be chain into the semi-final. Well, we've got a repechage contest taking place down on mat number 3, and we've got a repechage contest coming up here. So we're going to stick around to watch Kecha van den Berg of the Netherlands. She's up against Manon de Ketter of France. It's van den Berg in the white judogi, de Ketter in blue.
Please welcome in white judogi from Netherlands, Kecha van den Berg, and in blue judogi from France, Manon de Ketter.
Oh, what a good ass she was there. Stumbled her opponent over, then pounced on her back there. Good positive start there for de Ketter. Good strong lifeline there, as you can see, that right hand on the lapel, controlling very nicely as she works with her feet. Oh, nice counter. Van den Berg goes over for a Wazari. Left herself just a little bit too high as she tried to hook that leg in. de Ketter just waiting for her. Circling action around their opponents, looking for the ultimate crit. Nice hook in there for the Ouchigari. Those long legs coming very handy indeed. She tries to pile the pressure just on the edge of the contest area. Reverse situation now. French goes into that corner, but Mate hold both back into the centre again. But like magnets are drawn to the edge of the contest area. Dangerous positioning to be playing. Sengaku turnover. Van den Berg looking strong out there, and a positive engagement there. Crosses the legs into the Osakomi, and what a finish.
Wazari down.
Oh, what a turnaround.
Sharp in there, was that?
That was
Gotta
very,
be,
very good.
Lovely figure four, they call it. And just got that really nice look about it. Of course you could be pleased. Did a terrific job.
That was brilliant.
Super work.
Well, Van den Berg goes in for a bronze medal match now. Who she'll be up against will be coming up very shortly.
Winner of 2023, going to compete for the bronze medal.
Well, Manon de Ketter will be incredibly disappointed, having taken the lead with Wazaria, only to fall into the...
She looked very strong in the
Sengaku
opening of
Gatame,
that contest, and but when it comes down, she played in a dangerous area, and that was the Niwaza.
Right, coming up next, Andrea Leške of Slovenia faces Ljubljana Piovasana of Great Britain. It's Leške in the white judogi, Piovasana in blue. Semi-final in the under 63 kilo category. Here is Loretta.
2016 Olympic bronze medalist from Germany, Laura Weiss-Koch.
Well, no surprises here. Leške in the semi-final. But one we predicted earlier on with Piovasana that had a great performance in Dusseldorf, where she picked up a 5th place, and she defeated some very strong opposition on her way to that bronze medal match a couple of weeks ago. Now finds herself once more against a very tough opponent. Oleski, and for quite a few others, Pia Fasana is one of these youngsters that's coming through now, transitioning very well from a junior into a senior world circuit, and her work rate and the effort that she's put in the first opening minutes of this contest is paid off, with the first Shido being put on the board for Leski. But still plenty of time to go. Leski tends to take her time a little bit. She works for the right opportunity, gets the grip, steps across for that Tayatoshi. Drop on one knee as she entered. And a return by Yuvasana, dropping out of sight, but not as effective as her opponent, and picks up a Shido, so it evens it back up now with 2.5 minutes remaining. A Shido apiece. Yuvasana trying to take that lapel grip and trying to work off the sleeve, but not managing to get that sleeve grip as yet. She almost gets caught there with the Kosoto attack. Yuvasana takes the grip, but not the first attack. Leski gets in there first. Once more drop with the Seoinage. She tries to drive her opponent over off that Seoinage. Yuvasana just waiting for the right opportunity to pounce on her opponent. Tries to get that lapel grip. Little bounce on the feet there, trying to give herself a little bit more movement as she comes in. Seoinage switches it to the rear. Wasn't in deep enough, but caught her on a backside on that one, right at the edge of the contest area. So a good attack from this young lady from Great Britain. Little bit of a hit and run with Pia Fasani. Gets the grip. Pia Fasana works away there using the feet, and Leski almost fell on top of that Seoinage once more. A little bit more effective, and Pia Fasana straight in for the kill in the Niwaza. She bounces in there. She's very sharp looking and bags of energy, this youngster from Great Britain. Leski trying to keep up with the pace. And it's Pia Fasana that is controlling the pace of this contest. Just gets in a little bit quicker than Pia Fasana at that stage, with that leg coming across on the drop. And with 39 seconds remaining in the contest, a Shido apiece. I just think that Pia Fasana really should just change the tactics slightly. They're waiting for that drop, and she's got to be careful that she doesn't do too many. Maybe change of tactics and look to work with the feet and go to the opposite direction rather than taking forward, take to the rear. Using the feet there, Leski steps with the Kosoto, steps across with the Taitoshi low, and Pia Fasana drawn down into the ground. Under a bit of pressure there.
Dear friends, now on to 73 repechage of men's under
As they circle around each other, both looking for an opportunity to engage first and hit first, really. And this is where the tactics are for both these athletes. Well, golden score now. Pia Fasana obviously seeks medical attention. There's probably had a wee cut on the toe that obviously needs attention there, just a bit of strapping. Possibly a nail that's been torn off. I think that happens quite frequently, either on feet or on the hands. Well, it's an opportunity also for Pia Fasana and Leski to compose themselves and rethink the tactical side of this contest, and think about how to change the dynamics on the way this contest is going. Both been very predictable, really, in what they've been doing up until now. Pia Fasana with the Sianagis that we've seen quite a few times now, and Leski with that Kosota and that drop knee Taitoshi that we've seen. Now back into play. Leski just that little bit slower in her movement, but Pia Fasana looking for, oh, that was a very poor judgment there on the drop, and she will pay for that. And there you have it, the second Shido. Now Pia Fasana cannot afford to make any more silly errors like that. That was just giving away some real vital percentages in this contest. Leski coming over the back there, once more making her opponent look a little bit passive. Pia Fasana really has to now dig in deep. She has to be very, very strong in her gripping and really commit herself on her attacks each time. She cannot misjudge it. That's that Taitoshi we've seen again. A second of Taitoshi once more. Pia Fasana on the receiving end. Now she's got to put in a few attacks here, otherwise she could be in real trouble. One more Shido would result in the hand sokomaki, a disqualification at the semi-final stage, and she set her heart on being in that final. Hooks in with the Ojigari. Oh! Well, she caught up, but she comes back strong. Just not deep enough for the score. And there was a change of direction, which this is what we were saying earlier on. She's been so predictable with the drop Sianagis that really what we're wanting is a change of going to the opposite direction. And there you had it, that Ojigari, and it was almost there. So quick switch, and it became very effective. She's trying to come round the back. Leski stepping across once more for that Taitoshi, tries to turn it into a Makikomi. Pia Fasana straight into the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity down there, but I think she'll be very lucky to get something there against Leski, who's very strong in her groundwork. She defends well. 2 Shidos to 1, a minute and 48 into golden score. Now it really is about who is conditioned out here in this contest. Well, change of tactics have come from Pia Fasana. And she came in for that Ouchigari. This time she comes round the waist for an Ogoshia forward attack, but still she put a little bit of a threat there to her opponent. Leski still to really change.
And invite you for the opening ceremony at 4:30.
Needs to put some surprises out there, Leski does, if she's wanting to go through. The hit comes in. Well, that was, she really did save herself on that one. Well, Pia Fasana did very well to get off of that. Such flexibility. Good aerial awareness, knew exactly where she was to get off that. Leski coming in with the Ochikari, a very poor drop. And I think they're not going to stop the flow of play, but well, Pia Fasana really has to put now a couple of attacks in, but there was one of those drops that wasn't good. But I think they're going to give a drop. No, they're going to give a Shido to Pia Fasana because she really didn't step up a gear or two in that golden score. So Leski takes the win and a place in the final of the under-63s. Pia Fasana goes in to the repechage, the bronze medal match, and we'll see her a little bit later on.
Right, we're coming up next in the under 70 kilo category is a repechage contest, but down on mat number 3. Let's go down and have a look and see what's happening with Denis Iyatsev of Russia. He's up against Bilal Chiloglu of Turkey. It's Iyatsev in the white judogi, Chiloglu. Chiloglu, I don't know if our Turkish friend was telling us this morning. Yeah, Iyatsev in the white judogi, Chiloglu in blue.
On to time 3, we are now in the semi-final of men under.
There's no scorers yet. We've had the first half a minute.
In the white judogi from Russia, Denis Iyatsev, and in blue from Turkey, Bilal Chiloglu.
Some of the fighters are getting really clever here. They know that the referees are keen on having the gis tidied up. And quite clearly you can't allow another fighter to begin fighting whilst one of the fighters is tidying their gi up. So the referee will stop that. So if you need a couple of seconds to catch your breath, well then tidy your gi up, because you're going to get some protection. The referee's not going to allow the contest to go on whilst you're doing your gi up. And Yartsev, look at his gi. In perfect order. Every second that he can get to tidy his gi up, he's taking it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Actually was her attempt left-sided from Yartsev. They've both picked up a penalty apiece. There's no score yet. We've got a minute and a half left to go. So he gave the effort from Çalhanoğlu, but he lost contact with the hands.
Well, 37 seconds remaining in this contest. 2 shidos to 1. Yartsev trailing with 2 shidos and looking pretty frustrated at the moment. But comes in there, looking to get that leverage. Oh, that's a... that looked like a score.
Yeah, he was already onto the arm. That's why they let that one go.
But he was, see, I find that really a difficult one because it was in the flow of that Seoinage that he would manage to get the leg over, but it really was like a defence.
Yeah, I think what they will be looking at is, and very quickly she decided no, because she's on the other side, so she can see where that arm is.
Yeah.
So that to her.
Well, he just.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for
Yeah,
Yartsev.
ran out of time on that one.
Yeah, so from her side, that looks like an attempted arm lock.
Yes.
From our side, it's the end of the throw. But because they happen at the same time, what she's looking at is, well, if he's got his arm and he's attempting to arm lock him, he can't have control at the end of the throw. He started it, but by the time he comes down, if his arm's out and he's going to be an arm lock, I have to be looking at this as he's lost control.
Yeah.
So, but from our side, he hits the deck. That could be a score.
Well, Yartsev is trying to be a referee at the moment. He's trying to tell the referee how to do a job, and that won't go down very well. He either needs to focus the job in hand, and that's the athlete staring him right in the face. And there is again the Seoinage, and
he's not
he
finished
works
yet.
really hard there.
Yeah, if he's not careful,
he's going to get the third shido.
Yeah, if he's not careful, the only thing that he will get from the referee is a third shido.
Yeah, that's all. Because they were very, very strong attacks, and there again,
it's no good reacting to the things and looking as though you're going to counter.
He's going to pick up the third and final shido.
This is it here. If Çalhanoğlu attacks again.
If Çalhanoğlu gets him once more, that's it, isn't it? Oh, Sota! Oh, yes! Oh.
Nice combination there.
Well, that'll keep the referee off his back a bit. But if he hadn't done that, I think we would be looking at the third and final shido. The Russian Kosota bit gets hooked up on that Uchimata once more. Çalhanoğlu doing extremely well there. He is piling on the pressure, but the coach getting a little bit too excited there and being told to be quiet. Well, you're not surprised really. It is quite an intense situation, semi-final, and we're into the golden score, and they, oh yes.
Yeah, that will score.
That score. Nice.
Well, Loretta and I think it's a score.
Yeah, I thought it was a score. I'm really surprised.
Yonsuke has not yet said a no.
No,
we
they've
continue.
not given that. I'm really surprised on that.
It's bad news for Chiloglu because Yartsev has got the bit between his teeth now.
Yeah. But there's another attack. He seems to keep on the pressure, doesn't he? No sooner grips and he's into him.
Wasn't the strongest of attacks though, was
No,
it?
no, it wasn't a good one, but he rocked him.
He's in trouble now. he really is. You can tell he's in trouble.
No hands
can't
on,
you? Yeah.
and there he whips his feet from under him.
He's turned away from him, Chiloglu there.
He just didn't have the control. No hands on, where it's just in the hands of the God in which way he falls, isn't it? But if he had managed to get a sleeve on, well, I think he would have been saying goodnight to him.
Not going anywhere there.
No.
He didn't even try to get the leg free.
Kosota, Uchimata there once more. Oh, that was a
turns onto his front.
50-50 there. Alyaxiev really chasing him all the time. He really is trying to come back there. He stood there as if to say, what on earth was that?
He's finding that particular attack slightly uncomfortable.
Just cannot deal with that, can he? He can't stop it. He's getting pretty fed up with it, as you can see. The body language is going out. I'm going to feel like I'm going to throw in the towel in a minute. If he does that once more.
Chiloglu picks up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip. And in the end, that attempted Sumigeishi, poor position from Chiloglu, gave Yartsev the chance to counter. Just with the hands, a little bit of tewaza was enough to bring his opponent down and give Yartsev a place in the final.
Yeah, in the golden score, he did chase it, didn't he? All the time he was piling on the pressure. Chiloglu, though, did extremely well right from the beginning. So a great performance by his Turkish opponents.
We're going to go to mat number 2 now to have a look at the contest between Megan Fletcher of Ireland. She's up against Aoife Coughlin of Australia. It's Fletcher in the white judogi, Coughlin in blue. We join the contest with half the contest still to come. Fletcher leads by Wazaru. She's picked up a single Shido. It's Fletcher in the white judogi, Coughlin in blue.
Well, Megan's had an outstanding performance today. She's fought so hard, and that result, her first Grand Prix medal in Tel Aviv, has boosted her confidence no ends. And this is where she really is strong in the Niwaza. But just not sharp enough in her approach in the ground. A win here would guarantee a place on the podium, whatever medal it would be, and it would be a step up from the result in Tel Aviv. But Coughlin on her own right has performed extremely well. Oh, a lovely Kochigari. Fletcher takes the lead with the Wazari, and 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining, and a shooter on the board though. She works and he was a magic. She comes over the top, but Coughlin looking very strong in defending down there. Doesn't seem to be too phased at this particular moment. Well, you can see Fletcher just ready to pounce. She's eager to get back into play here. Coughlin taking her time and putting that belt together. Coughlin dropping under Megan. Fletcher now starting to work a little bit more in the Niwaza, punishing her down there. Coughlin now comes around the back end, trying to get in on top. Fletcher circling her opponent.
Half a minute.
Digs in deep, good strong gripping style. Coughlin desperately trying to come back into this contest, works her on the edge of the contest, but her back's in the wrong position. She's riding a dangerous line there on the edge. Megan gets caught up there on the lapel, and she has to be careful on that, but this is where she needs to pounce on her, and so she does. She works her there, turns her.
An even turnover, but they will just count
turnover.
that as the, the transition. They won't be for scoring purposes.
12 seconds, and it's a place in the final for Megan Fletcher of Ireland.
First final.
First final, absolutely delighted for this young lady. Coughlin, a great performance throughout the day, now finds herself down in the bronze medal match where she'll battle against once more her chance of a medal. So Fletcher in the final for Ireland in the under 70 kilos. Who will she be up against? Well, we'll have to just
have a look on our sheets
and
see.
So it must have happened on the other. I never saw that one, so let's see who it is.
Well, it's not going to be Elena Prokopenko. Maëlle De Cintio, is it around? Is she still in?
It's Pino.
Margot Pino, sorry, Margot Pino.
Pino in that.
Oh, thank you.
So that'll be an interesting match coming up a little bit later.
So, Fire Inji, who gave himself a really good chance earlier on up against Lasha Shavdatuashvili, is up against Kikmatilog Turayev of Uzbekistan. It's Anjay in the white judogi, Turayev in blue. We'll follow this with the last semi-final in the under 73 kilo category, Lasha Shavdatuashvili and Guillaume Chain.
Naji coming in with that Sianagi, trying to move his opponent, blocked well by the Uzbekistan, who digs in now looking for a Shimiwaza. Well, he almost had the arm lock there. He wasn't going for the shimiwaza. He was sneakily trying to get that arm lock. But Naji turning it round, comes round over on the back, rotates his opponent over so he can expose either an arm or under the chin for the shimiwaza. Taitoshi attempt there. Rayev moving quite nicely. Attempt of a sutemiwaza, drawing his opponent down into the ground. Once more, Naji working, controls the upper part of the body first, and has now trying to get that leg out. Uzbekistan holding on to that leg as tightly as he possibly can. It's just a matter of time. I think the referee will call a halt to this. But yeah, there was very little movement on that leg for some time. So 1 minute and 53 seconds remaining. No score as yet. See the attempt there, very poorly judged. He might be collared on that one. I think he could be picking up a Shido for that effort. Oh, they've given him the benefit of the doubt on that one, but it was very close to the edge, that one. Oh, lovely Tomonagi. Nicely executed. Sadly didn't get a score for that one, but what a good entry on it. Still plenty of bounce in those feet from both of them. .40 seconds remaining. Oh, what a Taitoshi, a whizzer. Oh my goodness me.
That was crazy.
He actually did the Taitoshi, lost his own control with his foot, and then just Teiwaza'd him over to finish it off. It was like a whiplash effect. What a finish on that one. Oh, crikey.
Yeah, he did whip him over in the end,
well,
didn't he?
he came across with a very low Taitoshi and more or less sat on his bottom while doing it, losing his own control, but the upper body was still there and still powerful enough to whip him over with the arms to finish it. Great if we could see that one again.
The semi-final under 73 kilograms. We welcome in white judo from Georgia.
Right, coming up next, the semi-final in the under 73 kilo category. Lasha Shavdan-Toashvili of Georgia faces Guillaume Chain of France. It's Shavdan-Toashvili in the white judogi, Chain in blue. This for a place in the final. The winner will face Denis Yartsev of Russia.
Well, quite an intense moment. You can feel, cut the atmosphere. Shavdatishvili really had a match and a half to get into this semi-final. Definitely challenged by Naji in that quarter-final stage. Went into the golden score, but physically would have taken so much out of him. Chain would have seen that match, and will he work on that as an advantage? Uchikari, oh nice, I like that. That was definitely a nice little move. Looked like he was dropping forward, and then just a little twist on the hips and hooking around with the Ouchigari. Chain now, the right hand on the lapel. Again, draws his opponent down, but oh, I think he walked straight into that. It gave him a good opportunity. Shavdatishvili really tried to capitalize on that, went for the Jujigatami, but sadly just didn't be able to extend on that arm. Well, no surprises there. The Georgian picks up the second Shido. Still can't write him off though, he's a very strong competitor. Oh! A Wazari for Shavdatishvili. Brilliant there. Ouchigari now like looking to secure the Osakomi, trying desperately to get past those legs. Still working there, but sadly loses the upper body control as trying to pass the legs there. .57 seconds remaining. Georgian has taken the lead with one Wazari, but he has got two Shidos, so he cannot afford to hold back in the last minute. Otherwise he could throw away, and Jane, as you can see, eager to get started again. Jane gets tries for the high collar grip, trying to draw his opponent's head down. The Georgian trying to control with the sleeves, stumbles to his knees on the exchange of that Ashiwaza. And we know Chain has got some beautiful technique, especially with the Ashiwaza. The Ouchigari is superb if he gets an opportunity, and Georgian comes through with a Makakomi. He could have timed that one with an egg timer. It was that slow, and it was a big message saying, "Here I come." So it was quite easy for Chain to resist and defend nicely. Chain high collar grip, he's looking strong there. He's putting the Georgian under a bit of pressure. 5 seconds remaining, the clock ticks away. And Chain just realizes he can't come back off that.
Winner of the semi-final and move to the finals in the under 73 kilo category. In white judogi, the 2012 Olympic champion.
Right, well that's all of the live judo we've got for you from this first part of the day. We're going to be back at 5 o'clock with all the medal matches, but before Loretta and I go off to see whether they've left us any lunch or not, we're going to go through the lineup for the medal matches for day 2. Let's take a look then first at the 2 bronze medal contests coming up in the under 63 kilo category. The first of which features Gekke van den Berg of the Netherlands. She's up against Maëlle de Chintio of France.
I'm going to go for Vandenberg. I think she's been very good today, and I think she'll cause a few problems in that bronze medal match.
The second of the bronze medal contests features Vivian Herrmann of Germany. She's up against Ljubljana Piovasana of Great Britain.
Well, I haven't seen too much of Herman, but looking at Piovasana today, she's really on form, and I think she could just take this bronze medal this time. I don't think she wants to go through another missing out on a bronze medal, taking another 5th place like she did in Dusseldorf.
The final is Andrea Leschke, the number 1 seed, up against Katharina Hecker of Australia, the number 2 seed.
Leschke, definitely. I want to see that girl win that gold medal. I want to see up on the top of the podium.
Under 70 kilo category, Alexandra Prostacimo of Italy faces Laura Vargas-Koch of Germany.
Vargas-Koch, definitely. I want to see her on the podium.
Elisabeth Telsidou of Greece faces Isa Coughlin of Australia.
Coughlin, I think, has fought really well, and she's really had a tough draw all the way through, and she deserves to have her place on the podium here today.
And the final of the under 70 kilo category, Megan Fletcher of Ireland faces Margot Pinot of France.
Well, it would just make my day to see Fletcher on that number 1 position, so I'm rooting for her all the way.
Under 73 kilo category, the bronze medal contest, Turayev and Cheloglu.
Cheloglu, definitely.
The second of the bronze medal contests, Bouchard and Chain.
Well, based on that last match that we've just seen, Chain I'd like to see on that podium. I think he's worked extremely hard, and he's come from a tough draw.
And the final of the under 73 kilo category, Shavdatoashvili and Iyatsev. Shavdatoashvili, the Georgian, and Iyatsev, the Russian.
Oh, that's going to be a real humdinger. It's definitely a hard one. You've got the number 1 seed, though. He has had some battles. Whether he's got more in the tank, I don't know. I'm going to go for Iyatsev.
Okay, Iyatsev it is. Right, the under 81 kilo category, Shvanovitsky and Valois-Fortier. Damien Shvanovitsky and Antoine Valois-Fortier.
Shvanovitsky, definitely. I think
Poland
he's fought extremely well. Yes, yeah.
And the Canadian.
Yeah, definitely.
Alexios Tanasidis and Boltaboyev of Uzbekistan.
Boltaboyev for me. Like his judo, and I think he's capable of taking a place on the podium.
Kikmatilog Boltaboyev. And the final is Vedat Albayrak of Turkey. He's up against Ivano Ivailov of Bulgaria.
I'm going to go with the number 1 seed, Albayrak. I think he's been really he's looking strong today.
Very good. We will be back in an hour and 5 minutes. We look forward to your company. But from all the broadcast team here, Freddie and Loretta Kusat-Doyle and myself, is bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye. See you later.